What if the very ground beneath your feet conceals the whispers of ancient deities? What if the crumbling ruins you pass by every day pulse with the lifeblood of civilizations that danced with gods and flirted with madness? Forget the mundane, this is a confrontation with the supernatural heritage of our forebears, and it's more intoxicating than a goblet of forbidden wine. In the shadows of history, cities rise and fall like the flickering flame of a candle, illuminating truths that should have remained buried. Each stone, each shattered column, holds the laughter and screams of an era when mortals rubbed shoulders with immortals. What if those forgotten streets still echo with the folly of humanity, where every corner holds a riddle that could unravel your very reality? The allure is undeniable. It's as if a cosmic hand beckons you closer, whispering promises of insight, knowledge that could ignite revolutions or send chills down your spine. Ever thought about the last time you looked at a map? What if the ancient cartographers were not just scribbling lines but inscribing sacred paths that led straight to celestial power? Each city, a dark portal, a beacon for ambitious souls. From the blood-soaked plains of Mesopotamia to the weathered temples of the Maya, every brick tells a story, a coded language of human aspiration and divine wrath. What happened when the stars aligned, and the gods smiled down upon these ambitious architects? Or was it a curse, a cosmic joke played on those who dared reach beyond their mortal grasp? Picture this, a bustling market, the scent of incense mingling with the sounds of bartering. Merchants, scholars, warriors, each a player in the game of existence, each oblivious to the threads of fate weaving through their lives. What if they were puppets, manipulated by unseen forces? And what if their reckless pursuit of glory attracted the very wrath of the gods, the kind that could sink empires faster than a ship under a storm? Lurking in the crevices of these ancient cities are the remnants of their ambition, their hubris, and the consequences. Why did they vanish, leaving behind only skeletons of stone? What if the answers lie in the whispers of forgotten texts, buried like treasure beneath layers of time? This is no idle curiosity, it's an electrifying chase for truth and revelation that ignites the mind and roars in the gut. The gods don't take kindly to disobedience. Perhaps this is why their cities lie in ruin, a cautionary tale, an unsolved mystery that taunts the modern world. The thrill of discovery electrifies every spine. Each chapter is a countdown to revelation, urging you to confront a past that refuses to be silenced. So, are you ready to dance with the echoes of the past? To taste the tantalizing mix of glory and despair, genius and madness? The ancient cities await, and they have stories that will haunt your dreams and twist your understanding of history into a labyrinth of shadows. The question is, can you handle the truth, or will it consume you whole? The air hung thick with echoes of despair, a low hum that reverberated through the narrow streets of Eldoria, where the weight of history pressed down like the dead of night. I stood there, breathless, watching as the flickering lanterns cast ghostly shadows on crumbling stone walls. They danced like lost souls, spiraling into a twilight that felt like the end of the world. This city was divine, yes, but it was a divine tragedy, steeped in secrets too dangerous to unearth. I could feel the pulse of the streets beneath my feet, a heartbeat that mingled with my own, thumping in sync with the chaos unfolding just beyond the corner. A shout tore through the night, piercing the thick veil of silence, and my heart raced. I turned to see Anya, her face pale, eyes wide with terror, clutching a tattered map that had seen better days, much like her. "They're coming," she gasped, breathless, as if the very air had been stolen from her lungs. Her hands trembled, the map fluttering like a trapped bird, revealing glimpses of a city that was both alive and dead, a place where dreams collided with nightmares, and every cobblestone seemed to whisper forgotten prayers. Anya had always been a dreamer, but tonight, the weight of her hopes felt like lead dragging her down. "We can't stay here," she whispered, urgency lacing her words. "Not after what happened to the others." I remembered, oh how could I forget? The other seekers, those who had ventured into the heart of Eldoria in search of its fabled treasures, only to return as shadows of their former selves, or not at all. The city consumed them, and I feared it would consume us too. Beside her stood Marcus, grizzled, weary, with a kind of scars that told stories of a life too full of pain. He had once been a soldier, a protector, but the war had stripped him of his purpose, leaving only a husk behind. "Anya," he growled, his voice low and gravelly, "we can't run." "Not anymore." His gaze bore into the dark, where danger lurked like a hungry beast, and I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something haunting in his eyes, a glimmer of lost loyalty, both to his past and to Anya. The city's shadows pulled at him, whispering promises of redemption, but I could see the weight of his doubts, the fear etched in the lines of his face. "Why do you still believe in this place?" I found myself asking, my own confusion spilling out, raw and unfiltered. "What do we even know about Eldoria? We're just pawns in its game." My words danced between us, a fragile bridge of doubt as tension thickened the air around us. I recalled how the city's beauty had seduced us, the grand spires that pierced the heavens, the whispers of divine intervention echoing through its hallowed halls. But now, it felt like a mask, beautiful yet grotesque, a facade hiding a darkness that threatened to consume us all. "We're not pawns," Anya insisted, her voice trembling yet determined. "We're seekers. And seekers are meant to face the darkness." But the conviction in her voice faltered as another scream shattered the air, sending a shiver of dread coursing through us. What lay ahead was a confrontation not just with the city, but with our own demons, our regrets woven into the very fabric of this divine labyrinth. Time blurred in that moment, ticking away like a broken clock, each second stretching into an eternity. I thought of my brother, the one who had disappeared into Eldoria's depths, swallowed whole by its promises of glory and power. I remember the last time I saw him, the laughter shared over our childhood dreams, and how quickly those dreams had turned to ash. "We can't let it take us, too," I murmured, the weight of that thought sinking into my bones. "You think we have a choice?" Marcus shot back, his anger a storm brewing beneath the surface. "We're already marked. The moment we set foot in this cursed city, our fates were sealed." His fists clenched, the knuckles white as if he could crush the very essence of Eldoria itself. Anger pulsed in the air, igniting a fire that flickered dangerously close to our fragile sanity. The city watched, patient and unyielding, as if savoring the sweet tension of our despair, like a spider watching its prey dance in a web of incoherent choices. Anya stepped forward, the map clutched tightly to her chest, her voice a whisper that felt sacred. "Then we have to find it. The heart of Eldoria. It's our only hope." But the words hung heavy in the air, an impossible dream wrapped in layers of fear. I could almost feel the city's breath on my neck, a cold wind laced with hushed warnings. What were we chasing? What good could come from seeking a heart that might very well be a hollow husk, a symbol of anguish and longing? Still, the allure of the divine compelled us, pulled us deeper into the shadows where the truth lay shrouded. We were caught in a cycle, repeating our own hesitations with every heartbeat, questioning each step we took. I could hear the whispers of the city swirling around us, dark promises cloaked in celestial promise. The streets beckoned, a siren song calling us closer to disaster, yet we pressed on, driven by the flickering flame of hope. Each decision carved our destiny, a labyrinth of choices that twisted and turned, leading us down roads lined with memories and dreams, both beautiful and horrific. I could see the end, the confrontation that awaited us, a reckoning not just with Eldoria, but with ourselves. And though fear gripped my heart, I knew that the only way out was to plunge deeper into the very darkness that threatened to consume us. We were not alone in this desolation. The city was alive, breathing, whispering secrets that only the brave dared to confront. It held our hearts in its hands, our lives dangling by a thread, and I felt the chilling weight of its gaze upon us as we moved forward, into the heart of the divine, into the embrace of shadows. The echo of our footsteps became a hymn, a testament to our struggle against the inevitable, as we twisted through the city's veins, seeking the pulse of truth hidden beneath layers of despair. And I knew, in that moment of uncertainty, that we were part of something far greater than ourselves, a tragic, haunting dance with fate itself. A lone figure stood on the banks of the Tigris, water swirling like darkened thoughts beneath his feet. The sun hung low, casting an ominous glow over the mud-brick walls of Uruk, whispering secrets of the past and future. The air was heavy with the scent of impending rain, and somewhere, a child's laughter echoed, a fragile sound in a land thick with shadows. I remember the feeling in that moment, the pitch of anxiety, the heart thrumming like a drum in an empty temple. His name was Enlil, a scribe with ink-stained fingers and dreams that spilled out onto worn papyrus, but today, the ink was dry. "Why do you write?" A voice broke through the stillness. It was his sister, Anu, her eyes sharp yet soft, like the first star piercing the twilight. She was the balance he lacked, the heart to his head, a reminder that dreams could feel as real as the earth beneath their feet. But Enlil was drowning, the weight of his ink-laden thoughts pushing him down, his dreams mixing with the mud beneath the Tigris. "Words are chains, Anu. They bind us to things that don't exist," he spat out, his voice thick with frustration. Anu stepped closer, undeterred by his storm. "But words are also wings, brother. They take us to places we cannot reach." Her resolve was a quiet flame against his tempest. They had been through the fires of a city that knew famine and plenty, joy and despair, each moment etched into their hearts like cuneiform on clay. Hope and fear are the twin faces of existence, and they lived in that duality, each heartbeat echoing in their chests like the pulse of the ancient world. The sky darkened, and Enlil felt it, a gnawing sensation, the kind of dread that clung to the back of his throat. In the distance, a procession of priests wound their way through the streets of yore, their voices rising in a prayer to the gods. But what if the gods had turned their backs? The thought was a serpent coiling in his gut. He remembered tales of the great floods, of divine wrath unleashed upon the world, and his mind flickered to the dreams that haunted him, visions of cities swallowed whole by water, of voices crying out in despair, of shadows that danced upon the walls of forgotten temples. "I cannot stay," he whispered, the admission a bare thread between them. "Uruk is a ghost of what it once was." He turned, his heart heavy with the weight of his decision. The city felt like an echo, a memory of something beautiful that had crumbled into dust. He was a prisoner of his own making, suffocated by the weight of history and expectation. "But where will you go?" Anu's voice trembled slightly, a question weighted with the fear of loss. Enlil hesitated, the answer a melody caught in his throat. "To the mountains, to the places untouched by man. Where the gods still breathe." He could see it, the jagged peaks rising against the sky, a promise of freedom from the chains of civilization. But with every step toward the mountains came the haunting reminder of what he would leave behind, his sister, his home, the echoes of laughter that had once filled their lives. In the heart of that city, shadows lengthened, creeping like memories that refused to fade. They were the remnants of lost souls, clinging to the walls of the ziggurat, whispering stories of love and betrayal beneath the gaze of the moon. There was a pulse in the very ground, a rhythm that tugged at his heart, Uruk, a cradle of civilization, yet a graveyard for dreams. Anu's voice broke through again, fierce yet tender. "You cannot escape. This is who you are, Enlil. A scribe, a weaver of words." But he felt trapped, as if the very essence of the city had seeped into his skin, binding him to the fate of others. "And what if my words mean nothing?" he countered, the question tumbling from his lips like stones cast into the river. "What if they vanish like smoke on the wind?" The air thickened, and the heavens cracked open, rain pouring down like the tears he had long withheld. He felt the cold embrace of the storm, each drop a reminder of life's transient nature. But within that downpour, a fire ignited in Anu's eyes. "Then make them mean something. Fight against the flood." Her words were a clarion call, shattering the silence that had cocooned him. Lightning split the sky, illuminating her fierce expression, that moment suspended in time, one of defiance amidst despair. In that second, he saw it all, the laughter of children, the cries of the artisans shaping clay, the heart of a city that had given them life. He remembered the stories told beneath the stars, the dreams spun from the threads of their ancestors. "I do not want to be a ghost in my own life," he said, voice trembling with new resolve. "I want to leave a mark." But as the storm raged on, Enlil knew the battle was only just beginning. Shadows still loomed, heavy with unanswered questions. The world outside his heart seemed to hold its breath, teetering on the edge of chaos. The Tigris roared, the winds howled, and in the cacophony, he felt the pulse of an entire civilization, its triumphs and failures mingling like blood in the soil. In that charged moment, with rain beating down like the drums of war, Enlil made a decision. The ink would flow again, not just as a means to record, but as a weapon against the darkness threatening to consume them all. He would write their stories, the tales of Uruk, of shadows and light, of love and loss. And so, as night fell over Mesopotamia, beneath the gaze of ancient gods and the weight of history, a scribe found his voice. And in that voice echoed the heartbeat of 1,000 lives, caught in the delicate dance of civilization, each one a flicker against the eternal night. The storm raged on, but within the storm, a new dawn whispered its promise, a tale not yet finished, but forever etched in the annals of time. The sun hung low over Yor, an angry ember in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows that clawed at the earth. A sudden shriek shattered the silence, echoing off the ziggurat's terraced walls, rising like a colossal behemoth, an ancient sentinel of gods and men. I stood there, breathless, heart pounding, as the acrid scent of burning incense mixed with the heavy tang of sweat and fear. Fear, it wrapped around me, binding me tighter than the finest linen. In that moment, the cries of a child pierced the air, a haunting sound that wove through the thrumming pulse of the city. I remember little Xena. Her golden curls glinted like the sun as she raced through the bustling market, innocence personified, laughter bubbling from her lips as she chased a stray cat. "Catch me! Catch me," she had called, and how could anyone refuse? But now, her laughter was eclipsed by panic, the temple was in chaos. The ziggurat loomed over us, its steps like a staircase to the heavens, but here on the ground, we were mired in uncertainty. Shadows danced at the edges of the marketplace, whispering secrets, promising doom. The air thickened, pregnant with tension. I felt it, the pulse of the city, thrumming against my ribcage. It was a heartbeat, a rhythm, a promise of life, and yet, death lingered like smoke in the corners. I remember Gudea, the high priest, his robes heavy with the weight of expectation. He stood at the base of the ziggurat, eyes burning with fervor and fear. "The gods demand our devotion. Sacrifice!" His voice rose above the clamor, but the words hung in the air, thick as blood. He was flawed, caught between his duty and the fear of his own inadequacy, a man who had once commanded respect but now stood on the brink of desperation. The flickering torches cast grotesque shadows on his face, transforming him into a specter, a haunted guardian. I wanted to scream, to shake him, to make him see the truth hidden beneath the layers of ritual and tradition. How could he ask us for sacrifice when the very essence of our lives was being devoured by the demands of the unseen? But in that moment, all I could do was watch as the crowd stirred, minds locked in a desperate dance of belief and fear. "Do you hear it?" whispered a voice beside me. Shera, my childhood friend, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "The people, they think the gods are angry. They believe we failed them." Her voice trembled, and I could see the cracks in her resolve. She was a beacon of compassion, always caring, always giving, but now, she was suffocating under the burden of expectation. "What if the gods are just lost?" she mused, as if hoping the words would conjure a new reality. I remember the pulse quickening in my veins, the weight of her words. What if we were the lost ones? Our lives intricately woven into the fabric of a universe that didn't care for our petty struggles. The ziggurat stood tall behind us, its presence impossibly majestic, yet menacing, each brick a testament to our devotion, each step a reminder of our mortality. The crowd surged forward, driven by an unseen force, a tide of humanity pushing toward the towering edifice, yearning for absolution. I felt the heat of bodies brushing against mine, the intoxicating mix of hope and terror. "Will you go?" Shera asked, a tremor in her voice, glancing at the ziggurat. "Will you offer yourself?" The words hit me like a stone. I could feel the weight of tradition pressing down on my shoulders. I was lost, caught in the crosshairs of faith and fear, wondering if the sacrifices we made were real or merely echoes of our desperation. I glanced at Gudea, his brow furrowed in concentration as he prepared to lead the people in prayer, aware that the world around him was unraveling beneath the weight of belief. "Xena!" I shouted, the name tearing from my throat, a visceral plea against the rising tide of anxiety. The child's laughter, once so innocent, now seemed a ghostly whisper. I scanned the sea of faces, my heart racing as I searched for her. Had she been swept away, lost in the chaos? The fear gripped me, a cold hand around my heart. What god would take a child? The crowd was a living thing, thrumming with urgency, a monstrous pulse of desperation as they knelt before the ziggurat, hands raised in supplication. I wanted to scream, to break free from the madness, to tell them that the gods we served were not cruel, but construct, they were the shadows of our own making, reflections of our desires and fears. But the words were trapped, clawing at my throat. "Look!" Shera cried, her voice rising over the thrumming of prayers. I turned, and there she was, sweet Xena, standing at the foot of the ziggurat, her tiny hands clutching a fragile flower, oblivious to the world tumbling around her. "I found it! I found it!" she squealed, her voice a beacon of innocence piercing through the darkness. In that moment, everything hung suspended, the prayers, the fear, the sacrifice, caught in Xena's unyielding joy. But joy was fragile, and shadows were closing in. The earth trembled beneath our feet, the whispers of the gods growing louder, their hunger insatiable. I felt it, a crack in the fabric of reality, pulling us apart, threatening to engulf us. I watched as Gudea stepped forward, a man torn between his duty and his heart. The crowd was a tempest, and the weight of their expectations bore down on him, heavy and relentless. "We must appease the gods," he cried, desperation creeping into his voice. The crowd stirred like a restless sea, searching for something to cling to, but what would they find in the depths? "Xena!" I screamed again, reaching out, my heart racing. She turned, her innocent eyes wide, as if she understood the weight of the moment, the battle of faith and fear raging in the air between us. And in that heartbeat, everything changed. The ziggurat loomed above us, a gigantic tomb for hopes and dreams, as we all knelt, some in prayer, some in despair, all in the shadow of the unknown. The air thickened, a palpable tension binding us together. We were on the precipice, and the gods watched, their eyes unblinking. As the sky darkened, the city held its breath. Would we be marked as worthy, or would we become mere echoes, fading into the whispers of history? The wind howled, a ghostly anthem of uncertainty, curling around the ziggurat, as the age-old struggle between man and God prepared to play out once again. And in that moment, just as with every heartbeat, the story was far from over, it was just beginning, spiraling into the abyss, drawing us deeper into the shadows of faith, fear, and the unforgiving embrace of the unknown. The sun hung low in the sky, blood-red and heavy, casting an eerie glow over the city of Babylon. Shadows danced along the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of the past, carrying the scent of damp earth and the distant promise of rain. In the heart of it all stood the Hanging Gardens, a marvel of nature and art, a towering labyrinth of green that had become a prison for some and a sanctuary for others. I remember the moment as if it were tattooed on my soul. A scream split the air, sharp and desperate, echoing off the walls of the majestic ziggurat looming nearby. It was the kind of sound that makes your heart skip, a frantic plea that snatched the breath from my lungs. I bolted through the archway, the scent of jasmine mixed with fear wrapping around me like a shroud. The gardens were alive, a cacophony of chirping crickets, rustling leaves, and the heartbeat of the river below. But in that moment, a silence fell, thick and heavy, as if the world held its breath. There, at the edge of a balcony adorned with trembling vines, stood Xena, a fierce, wild soul with fire in her eyes and a heart too big for her chest. Her fingers curled around the balustrade, knuckles white with tension. She was not just a woman, she was a tempest, a storm waiting to unleash its fury. "You don't understand," she cried, her voice cracking like dry earth underfoot. "They'll take it all. They'll take him." Xera's brother, Darius, stood a few paces back, his face a mask of anguish and desperation, dark curls framing haunted eyes. "We can't." "Xera, you're not thinking clearly." His voice trembled, but there was a steeliness beneath the fear, a flicker of determination that dared to defy the chaos surrounding them. He was a man caught between a longing for safety and a fierce loyalty to a sister who had never known surrender. "If we don't turn ourselves in, they'll destroy everything, the gardens, our home, all of it." But Xera's gaze was unyielding, fierce. "If we submit, we lose ourselves. The gardens are more than just bricks and vines, Darius. They're our legacy. They're our mother's dream." Her breath hitched on the last word, raw with a grief that seeped deeper than the roots of the very plants they cherished. Memories flooded her mind, sun-soaked afternoons, laughter echoing amidst the petals, their mother weaving tales of the gardens growing towards the heavens, visions of love and hope. I remember the tension, thickening the air until it crackled. The gardens, shimmering in the twilight, seemed to pulse with life. Each flower held the weight of a promise, each leaf a whisper of rebellion. They were the envy of kings, the elixir for the weary, yet here they stood, on the brink of annihilation. The empire was crumbling, and the heart of Babylon thudded with a rhythm both alluring and terrifying. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows deepened. In the distance, the ominous beat of war drums began to resonate, a maelstrom of impending doom that threatened to swallow their hopes whole. Zira's voice grew softer, almost lost amidst the growing cacophony. We can't just stand here. We have to fight. We owe it to them. To all who believed in this place. Darius shook his head, and for a moment, heartbreak flickered in his eyes. And what if fighting destroys everything we love? What if the gardens fall silent forever? He took a step back, his own thoughts clawing at his heart, wrestling with the burden of choice. We can't bring them more pain. The air thickened with their unspoken fears, their conflicting desires crashing like waves. Zira felt the weight of the world press down on her, the ancient stones of Babylon carrying echoes of countless dreams and tragedies. She could practically hear the sigh of the gardens, resonating with her own heart, each petal a reminder of what was at stake. She could not choose safety over legacy, not when the wind carried the acrid scent of betrayal. I remember the silence that followed, so profound it felt like a living entity, watching, waiting. It hung there, heavy and full, a braid of unfulfilled dreams and shattered hopes. The distant rumble of the drums echoed, a reminder of the choices they had yet to make. A choice between surrender and defiance, between losing everything they loved and fighting against despair. Zira turned, her eyes bright with unshed tears but ablaze with determination. I will not let the darkness win, she declared, her voice rising above the oppressive silence. For every vine that climbs these walls, for every soul that finds solace among these flowers, I will fight. We will fight! But the shadows shifted, and in that moment, something flickered behind Darius's eyes, a darkness that mirrored her own fervor. What if fighting means losing each other? His voice cracked, and the weight of the question hung like a noose around them. What if it costs us the only thing we have left? Zira's heart twisted. She remembered when laughter was their anthem, when dreams were tangible and hopes were woven into the fabric of those gardens. The thought of losing Darius felt like a knife, sharp and cruel, ripping through the tender tapestry of their lives. You don't understand. I refuse to let fear dictate our fate. If we bend, we break. The gardens whispered around them, a rustling of leaves in agreement, beckoning them to the edge of their choices. A single drop of rain fell, a herald of change, and for a fleeting moment, they were suspended in time, caught in the web of their own desires and fears. The city of Babylon was a living thing, breathing, pulsing, aching for something more. With every heartbeat, the storm loomed closer, a crescendo of fate and fury. A choice lay before them, one that could either shatter their world or ignite a fire that would blaze across the cosmos. Time was running thin, and the shadows stretched, looming larger than life, a hushed promise of what was to come. In that fragile moment, they stood on the precipice of history, where love clashed with loyalty, where dreams wove through the dark tapestry of reality. The gardens, a legacy forged in the fires of passion and heartache, awaited their decision, a testament to the indomitable spirit that would either rise or fall beneath the weight of the world. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, swirling like a dark cauldron over the battered city of Nineveh. A distant roar echoed from the horizon, a haunting symphony of destruction that made hearts race and palms sweat. I stood there, frozen, the weight of fate heavy on my chest, as if the universe itself was holding its breath in anticipation. The walls, once proud and vibrant, now crumbled under the relentless siege. I remember the taste of ash, bitter and acrid, clinging to the back of my throat. I remember wishing for silence. And there she was, Ishtar, our fierce protector, a powerful goddess woven into the tapestry of our lives. I could see her in the eyes of every soldier, in the trembling hands of the priests, in the whispers of the dying. They prayed, their voices rising like smoke, pleading for salvation, for a miracle that hung just beyond reach, like a star flickering in the oppressive dark. I could feel my heart hammering as I caught a glimpse of Asher, my sister, a flicker of defiance igniting her usually gentle demeanor. She held a dagger, too small, too fragile against the chaos, yet she brandished it with a ferocity that filled the air with a taste of steel. Fight or flee, she had said just days before, her voice trembling yet convincing. We'll not be shadows in our own tomb. The words echoed in my mind now, haunting me as I watched the shadows stretch and yawn, ready to swallow us whole. I remember the way she looked at me then, searching for courage in my eyes, a plea wrapped in desperation. I, who had never been a warrior, who had dreamed of peace while others sharpened their blades and honed their skills. In the distance, the drums of war thundered, a heartbeat of impending dread. Soldiers, desperate and wild-eyed, surged like a tide against the crumbling gates. I could see their fear, raw and palpable, their laughter twisted into manic shrieks as they charged, driven by rage and desperation. Each step echoed through the valley, each clash of steel against steel sent tremors through my bones. But amidst that chaos, a flicker of memory ignited within me, the time Asher and I had stolen away to the ziggurat under the guise of night. The moon had bathed us in silver, a ghostly glow illuminating our laughter as we danced among the ancient stones. This is our sanctuary, she had declared, twirling, her joy infectious, her spirit unbroken. How naive we had been, young souls believing the world would not encroach upon our dreams. Fight for our gods, someone shouted. Asher was already moving, her spirit ablaze, charging toward the chaos with the fervor of a storm. I remember wanting to follow her, wanting to scream. But my feet were rooted in despair, caught between the realms of reprisal and remorse. Each heartbeat felt like a betrayal, echoing louder than the cries of the dying. Then came the moment the world shifted, the ground shook violently as if the earth itself had awakened from a long slumber. I stumbled, grasping for anything to hold on to, and there, in the corner of my vision, I saw it, the great statue of Ashur, our god of war, looming over us, watching with hollow eyes. The stone was cracked, breaking under the relentless passage of time, yet in that instant, it felt alive, pulsing with energy, a reminder of the glory we had once known. Ashur! I screamed, but my voice was lost in the cacophony. My sister, my heart, became a part of the chaos, a figure swallowed by the tide. The moment hung heavy, a suspended breath in a world unraveled by war. I remember the agony of watching her disappear into the fray, her spirit undaunted but fragile, like a candle flickering defiantly against the gusting wind. Time slipped through my fingers, a sandstorm of chaos and confusion. I felt the heat of the flames reaching for me, licking at my heels, and the cries of the wounded reverberated in my chest like a drumbeat. I wondered if this was what it felt like to be a ghost, trapped in a moment that spiraled beyond control, destined to haunt the ruins of what had been. And then, in the midst of the storm, I saw him, Uzziah, a soldier once known to me, now a shadow of his former self, his face marred by blood and grit, his eyes reflecting a wild determination. "We fight for survival. For freedom," he shouted, rallying those around him, pulling them from despair. I remember his voice, thick with emotion, tinged with madness, and I wanted to scream at him, to shake him from this delusion. Freedom? In the throes of this nightmare? But he pressed on, a force of nature, spinning tales of hope amid the chaos. I could see the flicker of recognition in him, the longing to break free from the chains of fate. "Ishtar watches over us," he proclaimed, raising his sword high. The crowd surged, chanting her name, their voices rising like smoke into the starlit sky, a desperate prayer against the oncoming storm. The weight of our history pressed against me, memories of laughter, of love, folding into the present like shadows. I felt the pull of Ashur's spirit, a whisper in the storm, urging me to join the fight, to reclaim what was ours. Yet fear gripped me, a vice around my throat, choking my resolve. I remember the haunting stillness before the flood, that eerie silence where hope and despair coiled around each other like serpents, waiting for the moment to strike. But as the battle raged and the fires consumed the night, I felt the ground beneath me shift. Perhaps, just perhaps, I could forge my own path in this storm. I could turn the chaos into my song, let my voice join the cacophony. I remembered Ashur's laughter, a melody in the darkness. I would not let fear claim me. I would not let silence win. "Ishtar!" I shouted, my voice raw and trembling, joining the chorus of those who believed, those who dared to dream amidst the ruins. Like the flickering flame of a candle in a tempest, I would stand against the tide, against the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. And with that, I stepped forward, lost in the shadows of war and worship, ready to face whatever awaited me. The echo of the past was a ghostly whisper, the future a vast expanse, and there, at the edge of it all, I could feel Asher, feel Isaiah, feel the spirit of a city that would not surrender. The storm was here, raw and relentless, and I was part of it, a heartbeat in the chaos, a flicker of defiance in the dark. The sun hung low over Thebes, a fiery eye glaring down like an ancient god surveying the chaos below. I could hear the distant clang of metal, swords clashing, shields splintering. The air was thick, pregnant with the anticipation of bloodshed, and it filled my lungs with a nauseous dread. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, a silent witness to the turmoil around me. War had come, and with it, the shadows crept closer, the city that once thrummed with life now danced dangerously on the edge of death. I remember Amora, her eyes like pools of ink reflecting the madness. She was my sister, my confidant, and now she stood at the heart of the storm, a fierce warrior clad in the tattered remnants of our home. Her spirit burned brightly, pulsing with the kind of fierce resolve that could ignite the very sky. But beneath that exterior, I saw the flicker of fear, the tremor of uncertainty. "We have to fight, Kem," she shouted, her voice breaking through the cacophony like a shard of glass slicing the night. "This is our home. We can't let them take it." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to wield a sword, to charge into the fray and carve our fate from the flesh of our enemies. But doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. I had seen too much, felt the weight of loss more times than I could count. The echoes of laughter that once filled our halls were drowned out by the cries of the fallen. Memories flooded me, our father, a towering figure of strength and wisdom, now just a ghost wandering the halls of my mind. "You must be brave," he would say, his voice like a drumbeat urging me forward. I closed my eyes, but the darkness wasn't comforting, it was full of specters, each one demanding something of me. Memphis loomed on the horizon, a city of grandeur reduced to ashes, its temples and palaces mere shadows of their former glory. I could almost feel its heartbeat, the pulse of civilization teetering on a precipice. The gods watched, I was certain, their eyes wide and unblinking. Every grain of sand seemed to whisper their names, Osiris, Isis, gods once revered, now mere spectators in a tragic drama that unfolded with agonizing slowness. I remember standing beside Amora, the sun dipping below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over everything. "What if we lose?" I asked, the words barely escaping my lips, trembling as they fell into the chasm of uncertainty. She turned to me, her expression resolute, yet I caught a flicker of something deeper, an unspoken fear. "We won't lose," she insisted, but it sounded more like a prayer than a promise. "We can't lose. This is our legacy." Legacy. The word hung between us like a noose, tightening with every breath. I wanted to scream that our legacy was already stained with blood, that the very ground we stood on was soaked with the memories of those who had fought before us. I wanted to tell her that dreams, once vibrant, were now only ghosts, drifting like smoke in the wind. Instead, I gripped her hand, our fingers entwined, a lifeline in the chaos. But fate has a way of twisting the knife. The sky crackled with energy, like the breath before a storm. We heard the war drums, a thunderous call that sent shivers down my spine. Amora's gaze hardened, she was no longer just my sister but a leader, a beacon of hope. "We will fight for Thebes," she declared, her voice rising, drowning out the dread. "For our father. For our mother. For the gods who once walked among us." And there it was, an intoxicating blend of courage and desperation that snapped something inside me. I felt the blood rushing in my ears, the roar of the crowd swelling around us, drowning me in a tide of emotion. I wanted to leap, to run, to join her in the fight. But fear gripped my heart like a vice. I wasn't a warrior, I was a historian, a dreamer lost in the annals of time. "What if we die, Amora?" The words escaped me, a desperate plea hanging in the air like a curse. "Then we die together," she said, her grip tightening, a lifeline made of flesh and bone. The sound of metal clanging grew louder. The clash of swords was a symphony of chaos, a dance of life and death that sent tremors through the ground beneath us. I could hear the war cries, raw, primal, full of fury. I felt the earth shake, as if it too were mourning the fate of our world. And yet, in that moment, a spark ignited within me. I saw the faces of the fallen, my fathers, my mothers, and felt the weight of their legacy pressing down, urging me to rise. As shadows loomed, I understood then that Thebes was not just a city, it was a heartbeat, a pulse that resonated through the ages. We were not merely fighting for land or power, we were fighting for our very existence, for the memories that flickered like candles in the dark. I looked at Amora, and I saw not just my sister, but the embodiment of our hopes, our dreams, and our fears. And then the moment shattered like glass. A war cry split the air, and the floodgates broke open. I felt the rush of adrenaline, the electric thrill of fear and hope crashing together. In the chaos, I found my voice, a roar that echoed through the battlefield, a desperate plea to the gods, to the shadows lurking on the edges of my mind. For Thebes! I screamed, and the cry reverberated like thunder. The world around me became a whirlwind of color and sound. I charged forward, heart racing, limbs moving with a wild abandon. In that whirlwind, I was no longer just Kem, the dreamer, I was a part of something larger, something ancient and divine. The battle raged, our spirits entwined, and in that moment, I felt the weight of history upon my shoulders, a burden, yes, but also a gift, a chance to reshape the narrative of our existence. In the throes of chaos, amidst the clash of swords and the cries of the dying, I realized that Thebes was not just a city of stone and sand, it was a testament to our resilience, our ability to rise from the ashes, to breathe life into the shadows. I could feel the gods' gaze upon us, a divine witness to our struggle, our triumph, or our demise. I was no longer afraid. I had found my place in the tapestry of time, woven with threads of love, loss, and an unyielding spirit. And as darkness descended, wrapping Thebes in its ominous embrace, I knew one thing: this was far from over. The battle had just begun. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to choke on. I stood in the shadow of Karnak, the colossal temple complex, its towering columns looming like ancient sentinels watching over our petty human dramas. The sun was a relentless eye overhead, yet beneath the granite and sandstone, the chill of a forgotten past seeped into my bones. The weight of history clung to me, like a shroud, suffocating yet intoxicating. A single, piercing scream shattered the fragile stillness, a sound that echoed through the vast hallways adorned with hieroglyphs that seemed to writhe and twist, alive with centuries of devotion. My heart raced as I turned, witnessing the chaos unfolding. There, amidst the towering columns, a priestess named Nefertari collapsed, her face a mask of anguish as she clutched the amulet that hung heavy against her chest. The golden ankh glinted ominously, reflecting her panic. She was not merely a servant of the gods, she carried the weight of their expectations, their fury. Beside her stood Khonsu, a young priest with eyes that shimmered like obsidian pools, haunted yet fiercely defiant. His hands trembled, caught between the urge to comfort Nefertari and the suffocating pressure to uphold the sacred rites. The gods were restless, their displeasure palpable in the air, and Khonsu could feel their cold breath against the nape of his neck, urging him closer to the precipice of madness. "I remember," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the reverberating silence. "I remember the stories, the warnings etched in stone. They said, if the offerings were not enough, if the rituals were not perfect, doom would follow." His breath hitched, a mixture of fear and determination coursing through him. Nefertari's gaze snapped to him, her eyes wide with desperation. "You know what you must do," she implored, her voice cracking like the dry earth beneath the scorching sun. "The festival approaches. We cannot afford to fail." She was a vessel of sacred duty, yet beneath that surface lay a woman torn apart by her own doubts, the line between faith and fear blurring in the flickering torchlight. The towering walls of Karnak felt as though they were closing in, each hieroglyph a silent witness to the turmoil unraveling within the hearts of these two souls. They stood at the crossroads of devotion and dread, the air heavy with the scent of incense mixed with the faintest hint of decay, a reminder that nothing, not even the gods, could escape the grip of time. I felt their anguish like an electric current, a wild dance of emotion swirling around me. Nefertari swayed, caught in the web of her own conviction, where the fear of wrath loomed larger than the promise of salvation. What if the gods do not hear us, she murmured, more to herself than to Khonsu. What if our prayers are swallowed by the silence of eternity? Her voice trembled, and in that moment, I saw a flicker of vulnerability, a crack in her resolute exterior. Khonsu's eyes flickered with an intensity that ignited something deep within me. Nefertari, we are the voice of the living, the bridge between the realms. If we falter, if we let doubt seep into our hearts, the gods will turn their backs on us. We must fight for their favor. He stepped closer, his pulse quickening as he reached out to her, fingers brushing against her wrist, a fleeting connection that spoke volumes in the suffocating stillness. Fight, she scoffed bitterly. We are but mortals, mere shadows cast against the grand tapestry of the universe. What do our struggles matter in the face of such unfathomable power? Her words were laced with the bitterness of 1,000 unspoken prayers, a beauty marred by despair. In that moment, I realized the temple stones were not merely a backdrop, they were a living entity, absorbing their pain, their victories, their fears. Karnak stood witness to their struggles, its sacred halls a testament to faith that danced on the razor's edge of desperation. And yet, there was an electric pulse radiating through the air, a whisper that promised hope amidst the chaos, urging them forward. Do you remember the stories, Nefertari? Khonsu pressed, desperation flickering in his voice. The tales of gods who walked amongst us? Who felt our pain? They are with us, always. We cannot let fear drown out the call of our ancestors. As if summoned by his words, the shadows deepened, stretching and swirling around them, an echo of past souls reaching out, intertwining their fates with those who now inhabited the temple. The weight of the moment hung heavy, and I felt myself pulled into the visceral tide of their emotions, the pulse of Karnak reverberating through my very being. I remember, Nefertari said softly, her voice barely above a whisper now, but the fire ignited in her eyes. I remember the stories of their rage, and their grace. The heart of Karnak was a storm, a tempest of thoughts and fears, a sacred battleground where the living fought against the shadows of doubt. As they stood together, trembling yet resolute, I sensed the inevitable confrontation looming on the horizon, the moment that would either shatter them or bind them together in a union forged by faith and fear. Suddenly, the walls trembled with a low, guttural growl, as if the very spirit of Karnak awakened in response to their plight. I felt the ground beneath my feet shift, an echo of ages past reverberating through the temple's core, a powerful reminder that they were not alone, that even in the depths of despair, the spirits lingered, waiting for their voices to rise above the clamor. The time was drawing near, the festival of Opit would soon begin, and their hearts beat in synchrony with the murmurs of the temple, a shared rhythm that flowed like a river through the ages. They were no longer merely priests and priestesses, they were echoes of a legacy woven into the very fabric of existence. Their struggle was a reflection of our own, a reminder that hope, while fragile, could ignite the darkest of nights. As I stood there, the intensity of their emotions wrapping around me like a cloak, I realized that the story of Karnak wasn't just carved in stone, but breathed in the very essence of those who dared to serve, to believe, to love amidst chaos. The air crackled with promises unspoken, and I felt the pulse of eternity, echoing through time, weaving their fates together with the heavy threads of uncertainty and hope. And just like that, the story continued, endlessly entwined with the whispers of the past, as the shadows danced, beckoning forth a new chapter that had yet to be written. The air crackles with an unnatural silence, as if time itself is holding its breath. Beneath the oppressive blanket of the Egyptian sun, the Great Pyramid looms like a behemoth from the dawn of existence, casting long shadows that stretch across the parched earth. I remember the stifling heat wrapping around me, a tangible thing, like a thick woolen shroud, almost choking me. My heart pounds, a tribal drum beating the rhythm of my rising dread. It's here, in the heart of Giza, where gods once walked, and the ground remembers their whispers. I see her now, Amina, navigating through the throngs of pilgrims, their faces a kaleidoscope of fervent faith and desperation. Her eyes, dark pools of ambition and fear, scan the crowd. The golden amulet of Ra hangs heavily around her neck, a token of her devotion that glints ominously in the harsh light. I have to find him, she whispers to herself, her breath hitching in her throat as if the very act of speaking the name threatens to drown her in an ocean of despair. Her brother, Tariq, a priest destined to commune with the divine, is missing. She can feel it, the void left behind, like a wound that refuses to heal. The air thickens with unease. I remember the stories, whispers of the cult of the sun god, rumors of rituals too dark for the light of day. Amina's heart is a tight coil of anxiety and determination. She knows what she must face. But the closer she gets to the pyramid, the heavier the air becomes, wrapping around her like the arms of a long-lost lover, warm, inviting, yet suffocating. Then, there's Tariq, trapped in a labyrinth of his own making. His hands tremble as he clutches the sacred scroll, ink still wet, words that could change the course of history. He kneels in the shadow of the pyramid, the stone cold beneath him like the whispers of the ancients, urging him on. Am I worthy? He asks the void, as if the gods could hear his trembling heart. The weight of his lineage presses down on him, an inheritance of faith that feels less like a blessing and more like a curse. You were chosen, the elders told him. But chosen for what? To become a puppet in a game far older than time itself? The pulse of the earth thrums beneath his knees, a heartbeat that quickens with every moment he lingers in uncertainty. Tariq remembers the night spent under a blanket of stars, the constellations mapping out the fate of men and gods alike. He had always dreamed of greatness, but now? Now, he feels the creeping fingers of doubt wrapping around his throat, tightening with every passing second. Amina presses forward, her path winding through the throng. Her feet barely touch the ground, she glides, driven by the urgency of love and fear. She can't think of anything but Tariq, the way he laughed, the way he would tease her about her dreams of grandeur, of standing in the presence of Ra himself. Just a few more steps, she tells herself, a mantra against the rising tide of panic. But the pyramid looms larger, an ominous silhouette against the blinding sun. It feels alive, pulsing with secrets that could swallow her whole. What lies within its stone embrace? What horrors? I can feel her breath quickening, matching the frantic rhythm of my own heart. She is on the precipice of something vast, something that could either save her or destroy her entirely. A shadow flits across her vision. Is it him? No, just a man with hollow eyes, a silent witness to the gathering storm. The sacrifice must be made, he murmurs, and Amina's heart drops. Sacrifice. The word hangs in the air, thick and grotesque, as if the very ground beneath her feet is soaked in the blood of those who came before. Tariq's vision narrows, the words from the scroll blurring into an indecipherable haze. What if I fail? He whispers, his breath catching in the oppressive heat. The weight of destiny rests heavily upon his shoulders. He is a pawn, a vessel, and as he feels the eyes of the gods upon him, he wonders if perhaps they are not watching, but laughing. The sun's rays slice through the air, and the crowd begins to move, a tide of bodies drawn to the pyramid's entrance, a gaping maw ready to swallow them whole. Amina feels herself being pulled along, the electric charge of fear mingling with expectation. Tariq, she screams, the sound swallowed by the cacophony, but she presses on, driven by a singular purpose that blots out all doubt. My sister, he cries, his voice breaking, desperate. It echoes against the ancient stones, each syllable a plea, a prayer. Will she hear him? If only she knew the truth, the dark path he stands upon, the price he must pay. The words of the elders swirl around him, a ghostly whisper in his mind, the sun must be fed. The heart of the chosen must be offered. Amina's heart races, each beat a thunderous drum, drowning out the world. She pushes through the crowd, feeling the heat of bodies around her, the scent of desperation thick in the air. The pyramid rises before her, an ominous titan reaching for the heavens, and she knows the truth. Tariq is not merely lost, he is part of something far greater, something that could tear them both apart. The moment stretches, and I can almost hear time ticking, slow, agonizing. Amina's resolve hardens, she will not allow darkness to claim her brother. She will confront the ghosts of the past, the shadows of what the cult has become. She must. She must find him before it's too late. In the stifling heat, under the watchful gaze of the sun, the clash of faith and rebellion looms ahead, and the air feels electric, charged with impending doom. And then, with a breath that fills every corner of her being, Amina steps forward, ready to face the abyss. The shadows shift as the sun begins to dip, and the first stars flicker into existence, tiny pinpricks of hope in an encroaching darkness. But for Amina and Tariq, there is no rest, no peace. Only the relentless pull of fate, and the weight of what must come next. The pyramid stands tall, a silent guardian, a monstrous sentinel of secrets and sacrifices yet to unfold. In that moment, everything hangs in the balance, suspended between light and shadow, hope and despair, life and death. And as the night approaches, the heartbeats of Amina and Tariq echo louder, drowning out the silence, a reminder that their story is only just beginning. The air crackled with anticipation, tension curled in the veins like smoke from an unseen fire. I stood at the riverbank, the Nile's pulse thrumming beneath my feet, an ancient heartbeat echoing through time. Shadows danced like phantoms across the water's surface, weaving tales of gods and men, of cities rising like mirages from the dust. I remember the sweet scent of papyrus and the earthy tang of mud on my hands as I etched the stories of our ancestors, a storyteller trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead. A scream pierced the night, sharp, agonizing. 3 figures emerged from the murk. I recognized them instantly. Anya, her eyes wide with fear, her heart racing like a caged bird against her ribcage. Then there was Malik, taut with rage, fists clenched like iron against his sides, and finally, Zara, fragile yet fierce, the weight of the world on her delicate shoulders. They were more than friends, they were anchors in a tumultuous sea, yet tonight, the currents threatened to drag us all under. "What have you done?" Anya's voice trembled, but her determination shone through like a beacon in the dark. The silence that followed was laden with unspoken accusations. The truth lingered like a ghost between us, suffocating and heavy. I watched as Malik's face twisted in anger, his breath coming in short gasps. "Do you think I wanted this?" His words came out like shards of ice, cutting through the tension, freezing time around us. I saw the visions, Anya. The city, something terrible is coming. The Nile, a lifeblood to us all, was beginning to swell, overflowing its banks, whispering secrets of doom. I could feel the city shift around us, the geometry of our lives bending under its weight. It struck me then, how geography shaped not just our surroundings but our destinies. The walls of the city were both a sanctuary and a prison, cradling us in their embrace while suffocating our dreams. I remember the stories of the ancients, how they revered the Nile as a divine force, how it carved the land like a sculptor, shaping the cities into a sacred geometry that echoed the order of the cosmos. But now, the river that once promised life grew restless, a reflection of the turmoil within us. I could almost hear the stones of the city shifting, the temples bowing under an unseen pressure, as if the very earth had turned against us. "Zara!" I called, desperate to shatter the silence that threatened to consume us. She stood apart, her gaze distant, as if she were peering into a past that would not let her go. "Say something." Slowly, she turned, and in her eyes, I saw the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, how the gods shaped this land. Her voice quivered like a leaf in the wind. But what if the gods are angry? What if we've angered them? The chilling thought hung between us, a specter that threatened to devour our hopes. The darkness pressed in, and the Nile continued its relentless rise, whispering of ruin, as if mocking our fears. "We need to act." Malik's voice broke through the fog of despair. "We can't let it swallow us whole." But action without purpose is a dance with death, and as the shadows lengthened, I feared that our choices would lead us down a path from which we could never return. The city was alive, its heart intertwined with the river's pulse, but I felt its rhythms shift, a discordant melody that chilled me to the bone. "Look!" Anya pointed toward the temple, its silhouette stark against the night sky. "We should gather the others." "Maybe the priests, they've been silent too long," Malik interrupted, his voice a low growl. "What good are prayers when the Nile swallows our pleas?" I felt the weight of our fears pressing down on us, a palpable force that threatened to collapse the very ground beneath our feet. The city, once a vibrant tapestry of life, now felt like a looming tomb, its streets echoing with the laughter of the past, now swallowed by an eerie silence. The 3 of us stood at the precipice of a decision, fear knotting our stomachs, the weight of the world resting on our shoulders. I could almost see the ghosts of those who had come before us, their faces etched with the same dread, the same uncertainty. Each heartbeat echoed with the memory of the Nile, a constant reminder of our fragile existence. "Do you remember the tales?" I whispered, my voice barely rising above the hush. "How the Nile brought the first cities to life, how it carved our destiny. It was a river of hope, hope." Malik spat, his anger boiling over. "Hope is dead. Look around you, we've done nothing to respect it." His words hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of our failures, our complicity in the unraveling of our world. The water swelled ominously, lapping at the banks with a hungry ferocity, a serpent poised to strike. And in that moment, everything shifted. We stood not as a trio but as a crucible of conflict, our fears igniting something fierce and raw. I could feel the energy crackle between us, the air thick with the scent of impending storm. "Then we fight," I declared, the resolve igniting within me like a flame. "We find a way to reclaim our city, to honor the Nile, to turn the tide." Zara nodded, her fragile spirit suddenly aflame with purpose, while Malik clenched his fists, the anger transforming into determination. The shadows around us whispered of doom, but we stood firm, a fragile alliance against the encroaching night. "Tonight, we face what comes," I said, my heart racing. "With the Nile as our witness, we will not falter." The city loomed behind us, an ancient sentinel standing guard, its streets winding like the river itself. The pulse of the Nile quickened, a promise of danger and possibility wrapped in one relentless tide. And as we turned to face the darkness, the weight of the moment settled over us, a shroud of unyielding gravity. In that breath, that heartbeat, we became something greater than ourselves, a spark ignited in the shadow of despair, a flicker of hope in the face of an impending storm. The river surged, and with it, the promise of reckoning loomed ever closer, whispering our names like an ancient melody, echoing through time. A sudden scream shatters the thick silence of the palace, echoing off the stone walls and resonating through the fractured halls of Knossos. In that moment, time hangs suspended, a breath caught between heartbeats, a gasp lost in the chill of the shadows. The air is heavy, thick with the scent of fresh earth and something far more sinister, and I can't shake the feeling that the labyrinth is alive, watching, waiting. It's a dark, twisting warren of corridors, each turn a whisper of what the Minoans were, each stone a memory of worship and blood, of ecstasy and despair. I stand there, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat. My fingers tremble, brushing against the cool marble, tracing the intricate frescoes that tell stories of gods and beasts. I remember a time when I too believed in the power of such images, in the magic they held. But as the echoes of the scream fade, they leave behind a gnawing emptiness, an urgency that thrums like the distant beating of wings. "Yora!" The voice cuts through the air again, frantic, desperate. I turn, and there she is, standing at the edge of a shadow, her eyes wide and glistening with fear. Yora, my sister, always the brave one, the dreamer who believed in the gods as if they were breathing, flesh and blood beings. I remember how she would dance through the fields, arms stretched wide, spinning tales of minotaurs and goddesses, her laughter like a melody that filled the very air with life. But now? Now, her laughter feels like a ghost, haunting the corners of her own mind. "Yora, what happened?" I ask, gripping her shoulders, trying to anchor her in this reality, this terrifying moment. Her skin is cool, a stark contrast to the warmth of her spirit, and I feel the weight of all her unspoken fears pressing between us. "Did you see him?" She shudders, a small, broken sound, and I see it, the flicker of something dark in her gaze. "He's come back." Her voice trembles, pulling threads of dread from the very depths of my soul. The priest, he who the truth lurks just beneath the surface, a malevolence that coils in the shadows, a reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of ancient rites and forgotten gods. I think of the blood that once soaked the stones of this palace, offerings to deities whose laughter rang through the air like thunder. "What do you mean?" I barely whisper. I remember tales of the bull leaper, the brave souls who danced with death, who leapt into the air as if defying gravity, all for the thrill of it, all for the favor of the gods. But what if the gods were angry? What if they demanded more? "We have to go," Yora pleads, her breath hitching, a frantic urgency knitting her brows together. The last ceremony, it went wrong. You know what they do when things go wrong. Tension grips my chest, squeezing tight. I remember the stories, the blood rituals, the chanting, the way the world tilted on its axis as the gods were called forth. I had dismissed them as mere legend, but the truth looms heavy now, a spectral presence that weaves through the air like smoke. Yora, what are you talking about? Her eyes dart past me, as if sensing something lurking just beyond the dim light. I saw him. The priest. He was covered in blood. They were chanting, calling his name. Her voice drops to a whisper, and then he laughed. That laugh, dark and hollow, echoing through the corridors of my mind. I remember the way the shadows danced, the flickering light casting grotesque shapes upon the walls, and a chill runs down my spine. The labyrinth of Knossos feels like a living being, breathing, pulsating with the stories of those who walked before us. I can almost hear their whispers, the weight of their sacrifices drumming in my ears. We must escape before the walls close in, before the ghosts of this place claim us too. I grab Yora's hand, and together we sprint through the winding corridors, my heart pounding with every step, echoing the rhythm of some ancient drum. And then, suddenly, silence. An eerie calm envelops us, and I can't shake the feeling that something ancient is awakening. The air shifts, it thickens with anticipation, like the stillness before a storm. We have to find him, I insist, though the words feel hollow, a desperate plea against the rising tide of dread. But Yora shakes her head, the defiance burning in her eyes. No. We can't. Not him. Not anymore. Her voice trembles as she speaks of the priest, a man who once inspired awe, now reduced to something monstrous, grotesque in his hunger for power. I see the conflict in her, the battle between loyalty and fear, and it tears at me. The weight of our shared past drags us down, memories of laughter and joy tangled with the darkness that now threatens to swallow us whole. Yora, I murmur, we have to remember who we are. We were born under the same sun, raised in the same stories. We have strength. But my words feel like a fragile thread, fraying at the edges, and I know she hears it too, the uncertainty threading its way between us. Suddenly, a noise, a rustle in the shadows, a whisper of movement. My heart leaps into my throat as I turn to face the darkness, dread pooling in my stomach. What was that? I whisper, but Yora is already stepping back, her eyes wide and terrified. We're not alone, she breathes, and I can feel the fear radiating off her skin. The walls of Knossos tighten around us, the labyrinth of stone shifting into something more sinister, and I can't help but think of the minotaurs lurking just beyond our sight, the duality of life and death, the pulse of faith and fear that courses through this place. Shadows dart at the edges of my vision, and I feel the weight of the past pressing down, a cruel reminder that the sacred and the profane are intertwined in a dance as old as time. How do we escape this cycle? How do we break free from the chains of history that bind us here? I remember our childhood, the stories woven together, the dreams painted bright against the dark canvas of our lives. But here, in the heart of Knossos, those dreams are fraying, unraveling like the threads of fate, and I realize with a sickening pang that to face the truth means confronting the very essence of who we are. In the enveloping shadows, I can feel the pulse of the labyrinth around us, the heartbeat of the Minoan gods echoing in the distance, a reminder that here, in this sacred space, everything we know hangs in the balance, teetering on the edge of revelation and destruction. We must confront the darkness that looms, or risk being swallowed whole by the very legends we once held dear. And as I grip Yora's hand tighter, the world around us shifts, a kaleidoscope of past and present, and I know, deep down, in the marrow of my bones, that the true sacrifice still awaits us, hidden in the shadows, waiting to be unleashed. Shadows danced along the cold stone walls of the great palace at Mycenae, where the stench of sweat and fear mingled in the air. I stood there, heart racing, as the echoes of distant cries brushed against my skin like a spectral hand. A king, once divine, was slipping from his throne into a chasm of betrayal, and as I watched, two souls wrestled with their fates. Agamemnon, cloaked in arrogance and power, faced the storm gathering in his court. His brow beaded with sweat, the weight of his crown seemed a mere trinket now, an albatross around his neck. I remember the way his lips curled into a sneer, a mask for the dread spilling into his heart. He had commanded armies, conquered city-states, but now, here in this sacred place, a sanctuary turned prison, his voice trembled. He was a god among men, yet he felt the fragility of flesh, the chilling grip of mortality. And then there was Clytemnestra, a woman forged in the fires of love and betrayal, a queen whose spirit blazed with fury. Her hands, stained with the blood of their past, were clenched into fists, trembling but resolute. I remember her eyes, dark pools reflecting the moonlight filtering through the high windows. They spoke of hurt, of a grief that had morphed into a vengeful blaze. "You left me, Agamemnon," she hissed, every syllable laced with poison. "You sacrificed our daughter for glory. Now, you think you can return to a throne built on blood." The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, binding us in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. I could almost taste the bitterness, it seeped into my lungs, and ancient wine turned sour. Outside, the night was alive with the sounds of nature, but inside, silence reigned, a silence that pressed against my ears, urging me to flee, yet I stood frozen, a witness to a tragedy writ large in the annals of time. Clytemnestra stepped forward, a lioness poised to strike. Her voice, though laced with sorrow, was a blade. "You think the gods favor you? You think the blood of Iphigenia was a mere offering?" I could hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath us, a rhythm matching the pulse of her rage. "They whisper in the night, Agamemnon. They crave justice." What was justice, really? A mere concept, a flickering shadow. I remember the myths, the songs sung of heroes, yet here in this stark reality, I felt the weight of the mortal coil tightening around us. The gods watched, but did they care? The stones themselves seemed to shudder, aware of their role in this dark play. Agamemnon laughed, a hollow sound that echoed through the chambers, a desperate attempt to mask the fear crawling up his spine. "You speak of justice while you plot my downfall, Clytemnestra. You would destroy our legacy for a fleeting moment of vengeance." His words, like arrows, struck true, yet there was no joy in that hit, only the suffocating air of despair. Time stretched, twisted, as I felt their pain seep into my bones. Clytemnestra's lips parted, and in that breath, I felt the universe shift. She spoke not just of revenge but of a deeper wound, one that gnawed at the fabric of existence. "I loved you fiercely, Agamemnon. You were my son, and when you marched off to your glory, you blinded me." With each word, the intensity of her grief transformed into something more fierce, more powerful. "Now, the darkness is all that remains. I will not let you return to the light." Agamemnon's resolve faltered. The soldier in him, the conqueror, began to unravel. I could see the vulnerability beneath the layers of bravado. "I did it for us, for our future," he shouted, desperation leaking into his voice. "What future?" she responded, her voice cracking, revealing the raw edges of her heart. "One built on sacrifices? My father's blood, our daughter's life? I won't let your gods dictate my fate." I remember the moment I felt the ground shake beneath me, and not from an earthquake but from the weight of their shared pain. It radiated like a ripple through the air, charging the atmosphere. They were both right and wrong, two sides of a coin spinning faster and faster until it blurs into a single point of chaos. Outside, the night thickened, the stars blinking in and out of existence, as if they too were drawn into this tragic vortex. I was trapped in their moment, a ghost among the living, held captive by the very essence of their agony. The moon hung low, a silent witness to the unraveling of a dynasty. Clytemnestra, emboldened, took a step closer, her resolve crystallizing. "The gods demand a price, and I will pay it, even if it costs me my soul." The air crackled, electric, as if the universe itself drew a breath, bracing for the climax that loomed ahead. The tension coiled like a serpent, ready to strike, and I felt my own heart quicken, thrumming with the anticipation of violence, of release. Agamemnon's eyes widened, a flicker of fear mixing with disbelief. "You wouldn't dare." But beneath that bravado, I saw a flicker of something darker, a recognition that perhaps he had underestimated her resolve. Her love had twisted into something monstrous, something fierce enough to shatter the very foundation of their lives. I remember the moment the clock struck midnight, marking the end of something sacred. Clytemnestra would not simply end a life, she would rewrite the very narrative of their existence. Here, in the shadow of gods and kings, the sacred and the profane intertwined, and what was to come felt inevitable. In the chilling silence that followed, I held my breath, because history was not merely a series of events, it was alive, breathing, pulsating with raw emotion. The tension hung thick in the air, a tangible entity, as the shadows crept closer, whispering secrets that had long been buried beneath the weight of time. What would come next was not just a conclusion but a terrifying rebirth, a cycle of pain and vengeance that echoed through the ages, forever marking the halls of Mycenae with the footprints of grief. And as I stood there, a silent observer of their tragic dance, I realized the gods were watching, but it was humanity that would pay the price. The air crackled with tension, heavy as the storm clouds that brewed above the Acropolis. I stood there, heart racing, a witness to chaos swirling around me. A shout pierced the stillness, echoing off the ancient stones, a harbinger of the conflict that simmered at the heart of Athens. "Cowards," a voice yelled, the bite of desperation clear. I saw her, a woman with dark curls framing her face, eyes aflame with passion, as she challenged the men standing defiantly before her. Melina, a daughter of the city, an ardent believer in the ideals of democracy and justice. She was fierce, but her convictions had drawn the ire of powerful men who preferred the old ways, the tyranny of silence over the cacophony of voices. Beside her, I felt the weight of Socrates' shadow. No mere ghost, but the living embodiment of wisdom, his thick eyebrows knitting together in concern. "What is the nature of justice?" he would ask, demanding the truth like a lion hungry for its prey. But here, amidst the swell of a crowd that surged like the waves of the Aegean, he was not a philosopher but a man wrestling with his own demons. The price of truth could be blood, and the air was thick with the promise of violence. I could almost smell it, a bitter tang that clung to the back of my throat. A hand reached for Melina's arm, and I held my breath. Was it fear or resolve that tightened her grip? She pulled away, determined, her voice rising above the throng. "We deserve a voice. We deserve to be heard." Her words hung in the air, a silent plea, a clarion call. But who would listen? The assembly, once a beacon of hope, now felt like a shadow of its former self, corrupted by greed and power. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a fracture in the armor of her conviction. Nearby, a figure lurked, cloaked in darkness. It was Thaddeus, a man torn between loyalty and ambition, his heart a battlefield of conflicting desires. He reveled in the praise of the elite, yet yearned for the approval of the people. I could feel the weight of his indecision like an anchor dragging him deeper into despair. His gaze darted between Melina and the gathering storm, his own dreams of power clashing against the realization of the cost that power demanded. In that moment, he was both predator and prey, caught in a struggle that mirrored the very fate of Athens. I remember the heat of the moment, the way the world seemed to tilt on its axis. The crowd erupted, voices rising like a symphony of chaos, a discordant melody of hope and fear. "Tyrants," they cried. "Justice." They were hungry for change, their collective heartbeat a drum echoing through the cobblestone streets. I could see it in their faces, the hope and despair etched into the lines of their weathered skin. I felt their anger like a breath, expanding in my chest. This was not just a fight for power, it was a fight for their very souls. Socrates turned to Thaddeus, his voice low but firm. "What is it that you want? Power or purpose?" The question hung in the air, a ghost of what might have been. Thaddeus flinched, the truth a blade that cut deep. I could see the storm inside him, a tempest of ambition battling against the whisper of conscience. His past echoed like the footsteps of ghosts, reminding him of the choices he had made. Every lie he told, every compromise he accepted, added weight to his soul. The stakes were no longer just about Athens, they were about him, about us all. And then it happened, a silence, heavy as the stones of the Parthenon. All eyes turned to Melina, her resolve flickering like a candle's flame in a tempest. "We will not be silent," she cried, her voice a rallying cry that resonated with the very essence of the city. In that moment, she was not just a woman, she was a symbol, the embodiment of democracy, of resilience. My heart beat in time with her words, echoing the struggles of generations past and future, a pulse that linked us all. But there was a danger in her certainty. I could see the glimmer of fear in Thaddeus' eyes, the schism between loyalty and ambition widening. As the crowd surged forward, their voices rising in a tide, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. They were hungry for change, eager to break the chains that bound them. Yet I knew, deep in my soul, that change often comes at a price, and someone would have to pay. "Why do you fight?" Socrates whispered, his voice a low murmur, yet heavy with meaning. "Is it for yourself, or for the city?" In those words, the weight of history pressed down upon me, the ghosts of philosophers and dreamers echoing in the silence. Melina stood tall, defiant, but I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a tempest brewing beneath her strong exterior. Would she stand firm when the tide turned? Would Thaddeus, caught in the crossfire of his ambition, betray her in the name of power? As the storm unleashed its fury, raindrops falling like tears from the heavens, I felt the world shift. The moment stretched, time suspended, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. Melina, Thaddeus, Socrates, three souls intertwined in a dance of fate, their destinies teetering on the edge of chaos. The shadows grew longer, the air electric, and the questions loomed, unanswered. Would they rise to challenge the tyranny of silence? Would hope emerge from the ashes of despair? I could feel the pulse of Athens beneath my skin, a city alive with dreams and dangers, its heartbeat echoing in the very stones that had borne witness to countless struggles. In that moment, I understood, I was not just a spectator, but a part of this tapestry woven with the threads of passion and pain, hope and heartbreak. And as the storm raged above, I knew that the story was far from over. It was a loop of emotion and intensity, a cycle of dreams and decisions, a gripping tale that spiraled endlessly, capturing the hearts and souls of those who dared to fight for their beliefs. I, too, was caught in its web, a witness to the birth of democracy, the echoes of past heroes resonating in the air, urging us all to listen, to shout, to rise. The wind howled like a banshee, swirling through the cracked columns of Delphi, teasing the shadows lurking just beyond sight. I stood there, heart racing, eyes wide, as the sun dipped below the mountains, casting long, ominous fingers of twilight across the sacred ground. The oracle was gone, but her whispers remained, echoing against the stones that had once witnessed the weight of prophecy. An eerie silence enveloped me, like a heavy fog pressing against my chest. I could feel it, the anticipation, the dread, the longing to understand. I remember the first time I stepped into that sacred space, breathless and naive, hoping to touch the divine. The sweet scent of burning laurel hung in the air, mingling with the earthy smell of the soil, drawing me deeper into the heart of the ancient world. It was intoxicating, almost like a drug. But now? Now it felt like a curse, each breath a reminder of the secrets that eluded me. Alizia was beside me, her fingers trembling as they grazed the stone altar. She had come seeking clarity, her heart a storm of confusion after losing her father to the whims of fate. The oracle had spoken once for her family, a prophecy that had brought them both pride and ruin. What if she was a liar? Alizia whispered, her voice breaking on the edges of despair. What if it was all just a game? Those words hung heavy between us, each syllable a jagged shard piercing through the fog of my resolve. I remember the stories. They had danced through the ages like ghosts, stories of men who came seeking answers, only to be consumed by their own desires. I was one of them, caught in the web of ambition and regret. I had come to Delphi not just for Alizia, but for myself, to unravel the tapestry of my past, to seek forgiveness for the choices that haunted me like shadows at dusk. The sun sank further, and night crept in, draping itself over the landscape like a velvet cloak. The stars blinked to life, indifferent in their brilliance. Alizia, I said, desperate to break the spell of silence that wrapped around us, what if the oracle still speaks, but only to those willing to listen? I felt the tension shift, the air thick with unspoken fears and hopes. And then, like a thunderclap, the earth trembled beneath us. A crack, a deep rumble from the very heart of Delphi. Stone dust rained down like confetti from a forgotten celebration. Alizia gasped, her eyes wide, reflecting the fiery glow of the ancients. "What do we do?" she cried, her voice sharp against the darkening sky. I remember the stories of the Pythia, I said, desperately grasping at the threads of knowledge that flitted through my mind. The oracle was a conduit, a vessel. Perhaps we can still reach her, Alazia. Perhaps the mountain holds her spirit still. The air crackled with energy, thick as honey, heavy with possibility. As the tremor subsided, we stepped closer to the chasm that seemed to pulse with life beneath the cracked stones. The shadows deepened, swirling like dark waters beckoning us to plunge in. What if we are just fools? Alazia murmured, half to herself, half to the darkness that loomed ahead. What if we're chasing ghosts? Every great adventure begins with a leap of faith, I replied, though my heart quivered in uncertainty. The absurdity of it all struck me, a historian fumbling with the fragments of a dying world, threatening to become entangled in a prophecy that might not even exist. The air changed, thickening with an electric charge as we approached the fissure. It felt as though time itself had warped, stretching, bending, echoing with memories of the past. I could see it, visions of the oracle, draped in shadows and smoke, her eyes revealing the cosmos. A shudder ran through me, was it fear or exhilaration? Or perhaps both, entwining like lovers in the dark. Close your eyes, I breathed, urging Alazia to surrender to the unknown. Listen. And she did. I felt her warmth beside me, her fearful heartbeat syncing with mine. The world fell away. I could hear it, the whispers of the past, the melodies of fate woven through the fabric of time. They called to us, soft and insistent, drawing us closer to the edge of understanding. I remember, I murmured, as visions blurred and twisted, like smoke swirling in the night. Suddenly, a voice cleaved through the tension, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated within the bones of the mountain. What do you seek? It asked, echoing with an authority that transcended time and space. Alazia's grip tightened around my arm, her eyes wide as moons. I felt my heart stutter, caught between the mundane and the celestial. The weight of my desires pressed down, heavy and suffocating. I seek answers, I said, my voice trembling, for the choices that bind me. Alazia caught her breath, her gaze piercing through the darkness. And I seek the truth of my father's legacy, she added, her voice stronger now, a flame igniting in the depths of her sorrow. The shadows ride, the air thick with the scent of burnt laurel. You both seek, the voice echoed, but know this, every answer comes with a price. The words hung in the air, a ghostly reminder that within the sacred geography of Greece, the line between hope and despair was as thin as a whisper. I turned to Alazia, her face illuminated by the flicker of belief, then doubt, then determination. Are we ready? I asked, both of us standing at the precipice of something monumental, something irrevocable. The earth trembled once more, not with fear, but with anticipation. And as the stars blinked above, watching us like ancient watchers, I knew we were bound to this moment. Bound to each other. Bound to the past. I remember, I whispered as the darkness swallowed us whole, pulling us into a future unwritten, where dreams mingled with shadows, and every heartbeat echoed with the promise of what was yet to come. The sun hangs low, casting a molten gold across the dusty arena, the air thick with a mix of sweat and reverence. A pulse beats in the ground beneath my feet, an ancient rhythm, echoing the cries of gods long forgotten and the roaring cheers of mortals seeking transcendence. I stand in the shadow of the temple of Zeus, its towering columns like fingers reaching for the heavens, aching for a touch of divinity. The scent of olive trees and the whisper of sacred oil fill the air, but all I can taste is fear. I remember the moment the bell tolled, shattering the stillness, calling forth the athletes, the priest, the spectators. Runners poised at the starting line, hearts racing alongside the drums of their desperate hopes. Among them, 3 stand out, each embodying the clash of faith and ambition, desire and sacrifice. First is Callista, her dark curls bouncing with every breath she takes, a fierce determination blazing in her emerald eyes. She was raised to honor the gods, her family's lineage steeped in piety, yet here she is, caught in a web of expectation and unyielding ambition. Win, and the gods will smile upon us, her mother whispered, her voice laced with devotion and despair. But this race is more than piety, it is the roar of defiance against the gods who demand blood without mercy. I can see it in her clenched fists, feel it in the way she bites down on her lower lip, as if wrestling with her own fate. Next is Lysander, a young man torn between two worlds. The son of a priest, the weight of his family's legacy rests heavily on his shoulders. He shouldn't be here, not among the pantheon of athletes, yet the fire in his heart burns brighter than the god's own. "I'll make them see me," he murmurs, the words barely escaping his lips, but they hang in the silence like a prayer. His longing is palpable, a desperate plea that curls around my heart. He stands poised, muscles tense, ready to shatter the chains of his lineage. The gods may demand sacrifice, but he is willing to offer his very soul. And there's Maeve, a girl with a spirit as wild as the wind. Once a competitor, now a spectator, her dreams shattered like glass, leaving only sharp edges that cut deep. I see her standing at the edge of the arena, the crowd surging like a tide, her heart anchored in memories of victory. "I remember when it was me," she whispers to the wind, her voice a ghost of what once was. She clings to the past like a lifeline, yearning for a time when the sun warmed her back and the cheers were for her alone. I can feel her ache, a symphony of loss that wraps around me, suffocating in its intensity. The starting signal blares, an explosion of energy, the very air crackles with expectation. They bolt forward, bodies driven by the primal instinct to conquer, to ascend beyond the mortal coil. The crowd erupts, a cacophony of roars, but to me, it sounds like a dirge. Each footfall resonates like a heartbeat, a countdown to an inevitable climax, a collision of faith and ambition as their paths intertwine. I remember a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, a fleeting glance between Callista and Lysander, a silent understanding crackling like thunder. They embody the struggle of those who chase glory, a dance with the divine that is as intoxicating as it is terrifying. Callista pushes ahead, her eyes fixed on the finish line, while Lysander fights through the turmoil of doubt, a tempest raging within. The gods watch from their lofty thrones, laughing at their foolishness, their dreams hanging by a thread stretched taut over the abyss. Maeve watches from the shadows, her heart a drum echoing in the night. What if they fail, she wonders, a spectre of fear fluttering through her mind. The weight of her own past failure hangs heavy, the ghosts of missed opportunities clawing at her insides. She wants to scream, to tear at the fabric of the universe for a second chance, but instead, she stands paralyzed by the relentless tide of the present. As the race unfolds, the air thickens with tension, every heartbeat drumming the rhythm of their desperation. Callista surges ahead, her body an engine of pure will, a comet streaking across the sky, while Lysander trails close behind, haunted by the spectre of his father's expectations. The finish line looms like a mirage, shimmering with unattainable glory. The ghosts of ancient athletes whisper in the wind, their tales of honor and loss weaving through the thrumming chaos. With every step, I feel the weight of their struggles, the frantic pulse of hope intertwined with despair. I remember the stories, the ones spoken by the flickering flames of the temple, tales of heroes who danced with death, who dared to challenge the gods themselves. Olympians carved their names into the annals of history, but at what cost? The price of victory is steep, and the gods are never satisfied. Then, in a moment that feels suspended in time, it happens. Callista stumbles, her foot catching on the uneven ground, a gasp escaping her lips like a final prayer. Time freezes, the world narrows to the sound of her heartbeat, thumping like a war drum. Lysander, desperate and instinctive, reaches out, their fingers almost touching, a fleeting connection that holds the weight of everything they've ever wanted and feared. The crowd gasps, a collective breath held in horror. What will they sacrifice? I think, as Maeve's heart screams in agony, the echoes of her own dreams whispering cruelly in her ears. She knows, deep down, this moment changes everything. And then it shifts, the fragile threads woven from hope, ambition, and the divine snap, a tapestry unraveled by the hands of fate. I am trapped in this moment, this crucible of emotion, unable to look away. The sun dips below the horizon, shadows creeping into the arena, the omnipresent gods observing, their judgment heavy in the air. The final moments stretch, an endless loop of pain and desire, a dance of fate entangled with every heartbeat. I feel it all, the fear, the yearning, the heartbreak, and the overwhelming joy that teeters on the edge of a blade. The race is far from over, yet the outcome is already whispered in the wind, a haunting promise lingering in the twilight. As the sun sinks and the night embraces the arena, I stand in the echoes of their struggles, the boundaries of faith and ambition blurred like the ink of a forgotten tale. The gods watch, and I wonder if they ever tire of the drama we weave, an eternal cycle of sacrifice and glory, a dance that never truly ends. The finish line beckons, but the real race lies ahead, a journey painted in shadows and whispers, where every heartbeat holds the weight of eternity. The thunderous roar of the crowd echoes like a heartbeat, each pulse sending vibrations through the ancient stones of the Pantheon. I stand there, barely able to breathe, as the pulse of history thrums around me. Light pours through the oculus, haunting and beautiful, casting a divine glow that dances across the marble floor, illuminating the faces of those who have come seeking solace, answers, or perhaps just a fleeting moment of connection with the divine. And amidst this chaos, I see her, Elena, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and despair. She clutches a faded parchment in her hand, ink smudged with tears that have yet to dry. I remember the first time I felt this place, she whispers, her voice trembling. I was lost, wandering through shadows, and then she stops, swallowing hard, as if the weight of her memories threatens to crush her. Her fingers trace the ornate columns, the very pillars of her faith, yet they do not hold her up. They bend under the strain of her sorrow. Nearby, Marcus stands rigid, a statue of a man on the verge of crumbling. His jaw clenches tightly, fighting against the storm within. "It's just a building," he mutters, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. He brushes a hand through his tousled hair, glancing at the dome overhead as if it might collapse and bury him beneath its weight. A mausoleum for forgotten gods. But his heart knows better, it beats for the divine, for the echoes of prayers long past that swirl in the air like a somber fog. "What are we doing here?" Elena's question cuts through the din, raw and ragged. She searches his face for validation, for him to unravel the threads of despair that choke her. "What does it matter? We're just two lost souls in a city that devours its children, that chews them up and spits them out." Marcus's eyes darken, shadows pooling in their depths. "Because we can't forget." The weight of his words hangs there, suspended in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. "We don't get to run from our ghosts, Elena. They haunt us, and all we can do is face them." The crowd swirls around us, a living tapestry of despair, hope, and a desperate longing for connection. I can feel the pulse of their energy, those whispers of love, betrayal, dreams shattered like glass against the hard stone of reality. The Pantheon stands as a testament, not just to gods but to humanity, the crooked triumphs and failures of those who came before us. Elena bows her head, the parchment trembling in her grip. "It was supposed to be different," she whispers, the words spilling out like secrets. "I thought we could be free, that we could build something beautiful." Her voice cracks, and it pierces through the noise like a knife, raw and jagged. She looks up, and for a moment, I see the child she once was, a girl full of dreams, untainted by the harshness of reality. But now I feel like a ghost of my own life. The fabric of the moment ripples, and I can almost hear the echoes of her dreams fading into the stone. The oculus above yawns open like the mouth of a great beast, swallowing the light, the laughter, the hope. It holds an emptiness that mirrors her heart. Marcus steps closer, his shadow falling over her like a shroud. "We can't let the darkness win, Elena." His voice is low, almost a growl, but there's a tenderness beneath the surface, a flicker of the man he wishes he could be. "We owe it to them. To the ones who dreamed beneath this dome, who built it with their blood and tears. We owe it to ourselves." I can see the struggle in her eyes, the battle between the heart that yearns for freedom and the chains of reality that bind her. "But what if we fail?" she challenges, her voice fierce, yet laced with fear. "What if we're just echoes, fading into nothingness like those who worshipped here before us?" The question hangs heavy, a storm cloud above us. The crowd stirs, a restless sea of souls searching for purpose. They stand beneath the watchful gaze of the gods, yet the silence is deafening. There are no answers to be found here, only the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that every dream carries within it the seeds of its own destruction. "Then we fail," Marcus replies, resolve hardening his features. "But at least we tried. At least we can say we faced it, that we didn't cower in the shadows." His words resonate, crashing against the walls with the force of a tidal wave. We didn't let this place swallow us whole. The intensity crackles in the air, electric and alive. Elena's gaze shifts from him to the oculus, and I can sense the walls of her heart beginning to crack, the light spilling in like a sunrise breaking over the horizon. "What do we do?" she asks, her voice trembling with a fragile hope. "Let's make a promise," he whispers, his breath barely a puff of air. "To be more than ghosts. To create something that echoes, that resonates beyond the stone." I can feel the warmth of their shared moment, a tiny spark igniting beneath the weight of centuries. They stand together, two flawed souls amidst the grandeur of the pantheon, ready to carve their names into the very fabric of history. The city hums around them, alive with the whispers of the past, the dreams of the present, and the possibilities of the future. And as their hands intertwine, a fragile tether forged in the shadows of despair, I feel the heartbeat of this moment, an echo of humanity beneath the dome. The divine urban structure swells with life, a living entity breathing alongside them, urging them forward into the unknown. The oculus widens, swallowing the fading light, and I am left with the haunting realization that the past and present are forever entwined. The Pantheon, a sanctuary for lost souls, stands witness to their promise, a promise to never fade into obscurity. And as the crowd roars once more, the tension swells, and I know this is just the beginning, threads of their stories weaving into a tapestry that will span time and space, eternally unfinished, eternally alive. The ground trembles beneath your feet, a low growl echoing through the cobbled streets of Pompeii. You stand frozen, heart pounding, as the air thickens with foreboding. Dust dances in the fading sunlight, a fragile reminder that not everything is as it seems. Above you, the looming silhouette of Mount Vesuvius casts a shadow over the city, a sleeping giant that stirs with an unsettling restlessness. In this moment, time feels warped, stretched thin like a taut bowstring ready to snap. I remember the whispers of the gods. They threaded through the streets, wrapping around every pillar, every home, and every heart. But the gods, they are fickle, demanding. They watch as we toil and laugh, as we live and love, but can they feel? Can they understand the weight of a broken promise or the pang of unrequited love? I remember Maria, her eyes glistening like the Mediterranean on a sun-drenched afternoon, yet shadowed by the grief of knowing her fate. Her father, a merchant, had traded more than just goods, he had wagered their very souls in the marketplace of life, and now, the gods were impatient. "Look," she gasped, pointing toward the sky, where the sun was swallowed by a creeping darkness, a harbinger of what was to come. "Something is wrong." Her voice trembled, a fragile thread in the cacophony of life bustling around us. The baker shouted to his wife, the children laughed in the square, unaware of the storm brewing above our heads. But we felt it, didn't we? We felt the tremors of a city suspended between everyday life and the divine machinations that ruled our very existence. Then there was Lucius, my brother, with a heart as reckless as the tides. He stood at the forum, confident and bold, his laughter echoing like a battle cry. "The gods favor me," he would boast, tossing coins into the fountain, believing that prosperity was his birthright. But arrogance is a thin veil, easily torn. I watched him, a silent witness to his inevitable fall, feeling the burn of jealousy and love intertwined in a bitter dance. "How can you be so sure?" I challenged him once, a whisper laced with fear. "Have you not seen the omens?" His laughter rang hollow, swallowed by the murmurs of fate. He believed that his charm could outwit the very forces that shaped our world, but fate, that cruel mistress, has a way of twisting the most beautiful dreams into nightmares. The shadows lengthened as I stood between them, caught in a snare of devotion and dread. Maria and Lucius, two souls spiraling through a universe that felt both familiar and foreign. I felt the weight of their choices pressing against my chest, a relentless tide threatening to pull me under. I remember the days we spent in the amphitheater, the artistry of stone and the craftsmanship echoing the divine. Every column, every mosaic whispered stories of gods and mortals, of loves lost and fortunes made. The architecture loomed over us like a cosmic stage, yet beneath its beauty lay the cracks of human ambition and folly, waiting to be revealed. One evening, the air thick with the scent of blooming roses, I confronted Lucius. "What will you do when the gods tire of your games?" My heart raced at the thought of losing him, of watching him drown in the very arrogance he wore like armor. He smirked, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. They can try, but they will never take what is mine. The words hung between us, a challenge wrapped in bravado, but I could see the fear lurking beneath the surface. The gods listened, and they weighed our hearts with every choice we made. The day began like any other, the sun bathing the city in golden light, a deceptive calm before the storm. I remember hurrying to the market, the excitement of barter and trade crackling in the air. But as I passed the temple, the atmosphere shifted, a chilling breeze wrapping around me like a shroud. The idol of Jupiter loomed above, the stone face twisted in a silent scream, as if warning us of the impending doom. I stumbled, nearly falling, catching a glimpse of Maria standing beneath the archway, her eyes wide, reflecting the terror that gripped my heart. "Something is very wrong," she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest. The ground quaked again, more violently this time, and I felt the world shift beneath my feet. The laughter of children turned to screams, a symphony of chaos erupting in the once peaceful streets. And then, the sky exploded. A cacophony of sound, a deafening roar as ash and fire spewed from the mouth of Vesuvius like a dragon awakened from a centuries-long slumber. The sun disappeared, swallowed by the dark clouds of destruction, and the world turned to night. I remember the faces of my neighbors, frozen in horror, their lives unraveling in an instant. I reached for Maria, grasping her hand, but Lucius was already gone, swallowed by the shadows of his own arrogance, leaving us behind to face the wrath of the gods. I remember the weight of ash on my shoulders, the suffocating grip of despair closing around my throat. We stumbled through the streets, the city around us transforming into a tomb. The divine had turned its back, leaving us to grapple with our regrets, our loves, and our losses. As the chaos unfolded, I realized that we were mere shadows flitting through the annals of time, caught in a tragic dance with destiny. The gods had woven their influence into the fabric of our lives, threading joy and sorrow into the very architecture of our existence. I remember the last moment, standing with Maria at the foot of Vesuvius, the mountain a titan of fire and ash. "We were never in control," I whispered, feeling the weight of impending doom settling over us like a cloak. And in that moment, as the earth roared and the sky fell, I grasped the truth. In the theater of life, we are merely players, each of us a flawed character, caught in a story written by hands far greater than our own. The gods stirred, their laughter echoing through the ruins of Pompeii, a chilling reminder that we are all at their mercy, dancing on the edge of their whims. The darkness enveloped us, and as the ashes settled, I felt the remnants of our lives slip away, leaving only memories behind, fragile, beautiful, and hauntingly incomplete, a reminder that the divine influence in daily life and architecture is more than stone and mortar. It is a pulse, a breath, a heartbeat that resonates through the ages. The shadows danced against the ancient stones, flickering like whispers of the past, and the air hung heavy with unspoken secrets. I stood there, heart pounding, surrounded by towering monoliths that had borne witness to centuries of ritual and worship. The very earth beneath my feet thrummed with energy, a pulse that echoed the heartbeat of the Celts, wild, chaotic, and deeply connected to the sacred. Rain fell softly, each droplet a tiny reminder of the world's fragility, each splash a tribute to those who sought solace in the arms of nature. My breath caught as I caught sight of Hera, her auburn hair whipping around her face like tendrils of fire, her eyes fierce and wide, reflecting the flickering light of the braziers. She was a druidess, a warrior of the spirit, yet in this moment, she was unsteady, the weight of her ancestors pressing down upon her. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice a thin thread of fear that cut through the heavy mist. "The others, they don't understand." Beside her, Finn, a man of towering strength yet haunted disposition, clenched his jaw. He had always held the belief that tradition was a fortress, strong and impenetrable. But now, as the storm brewed around us, I saw his conviction wavering. "They're blind, Hera. They can't see that the old ways are dying. This is madness." His fists balled at his sides, trembling with the desire to fight the invisible foes lurking in the shadows of the sacred grove. But madness had never been so beautiful. The reflected flames danced in the pools of their eyes, hope and despair waging war in their chests. I took a step forward, sharing in their turmoil, feeling the pull of the ancient rituals, the call of the earth that seemed to beckon me closer, to plunge myself into its secrets. I remember the stories, I murmured, my voice breaking. The stories of our people, of love woven into the fabric of time. I remember the laughter echoing in the meadows, the hunt beneath the pale light of the moon. Finn's brow furrowed, and for a fleeting moment, the stoic mask cracked. But those stories, they're fading, like smoke in the wind. His words, raw and jagged, hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the inevitability of loss. We're fighting ghosts, Era. The past is a ghost we cannot resurrect. I felt the chill of his despair wrap around me. It was a fear I knew all too well. The sacred sites, the ancient circles of stone where the fire once burned bright, were now mere echoes of what they had been. The Celts had revered the earth, the trees, the rivers, life itself, and in their veneration, they had found something profound. But in this modern world, respect had withered, replaced by indifference and distraction. Do you believe the land forgets? Era's voice was a haunting melody, laced with defiance. Do you believe that our connection with the spirits that dwell within it can simply vanish? She stepped closer to the altar, fingers trembling against the weathered stones, as if seeking the heartbeat of the earth itself. We must fight, but not against each other. We must fight for what remains. Finn's frustration bubbled to the surface, his voice rising in a storm of emotion. And what do you propose? A sacrifice? A blood oath? This isn't a story, Era. This is our lives. The tension between them crackled like the very air before a storm, an electric pulse of conflicting desires, longing to belong yet terrified of the consequences. A silence fell, thick and heavy, a moment suspended in time. I felt the weight of their shared grief, I felt it in my bones. As I stood at the intersection of their pain, I realized that the sacred sites would only ever hold the power that we bestowed upon them. The whispers of the past called out, but the future loomed like a dark cloud, threatening to drown us all. Then we will create a new story, Era finally breathed, her resolve ignited by something primal and fierce. One that honors the old while embracing the new, a story that brings both fire and water, hope and despair. There was a fire in her eyes, a flicker of something that cut through the despair like a ray of light piercing through darkened clouds. Finn looked at her, his heart wrestling with the urge to believe, to take that step into the unknown. And if they refuse? His voice cracked, a raw edge betraying the fear of losing everything they held dear. Then we show them, Era replied, her voice steady now, filled with the weight of conviction. We show them what it means to be truly alive, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath our feet. We will gather at the sacred sites, and we will light the fires again. We will call upon the ancestors, and we will let the world see. The atmosphere shifted, a palpable energy rising between them, a blend of fear, hope, and an insatiable hunger for connection. The sacred stones loomed like giants, solemn witnesses to their struggle, as if urging them to seize the moment. I felt it, too, the call of the past intertwined with the promise of the future. And as the skies darkened and thunder rumbled in the distance, we stood at the precipice of something magnificent, the melding of the old and the new, the sacred and the mundane, the very essence of what it meant to be human. In that heartbeat, everything faded except for the flame of conviction that flickered between us, that pulsed through the stones and echoed in the trees, a reminder that faith, however fragile, could never truly die. Each breath was a battle, each heartbeat a promise. The stories were alive, coursing through our veins like the very blood of the earth. We were the custodians of the sacred, standing on the brink of a tempest, ready to confront the shadows that sought to consume us, ready to forge a path where none seemed possible. The dance of light and darkness had begun, a symphony of chaos, and we would not be mere spectators. We would write the next chapter together. Thunder rumbled like a beast awakening from its slumber, echoing through the jagged peaks of the mountains that cradled Asgard. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the silhouettes of ancient towers, their stone faces weathered yet defiant against the fury of the storm. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat, feeling as if the very cosmos had tilted on its axis. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric as I clutched the weathered hilt of my sword, its cold steel a stark contrast to the fire igniting within my veins. Run! Freya's voice sliced through the tempest, sharp and insistent. Her eyes, pools of emerald fury, locked onto mine, a fierce determination boiling beneath the surface. I could see the spectre of all we had lost etched into her features, the fallen warriors, the burning fields, the whispers of betrayal that clung like shadows to our every step. With each heartbeat, her rage surged, a tidal wave ready to consume everything in its path. "Where?" I shouted back, the words barely escaping my lips over the howling wind. "Where do we go?" The walls of Asgard loomed behind us, once a sanctuary, now a prison. I could feel it, the weight of the past, the echoes of laughter long faded, the spectre of Odin's watchful gaze. It was suffocating, the way memories clung like cobwebs, whispering secrets of glory and ruin. "Anywhere but here." Freya's voice cracked, and for a moment, I glimpsed vulnerability beneath her fierce exterior. It was fleeting, like a candle flickering in a storm, but it struck me harder than any blow. She had borne the weight of the gods, the fate of our people resting upon her shoulders, and yet here she was, unraveling before my eyes. And me? I was no hero. Just a man lost among the ruins of our dreams. I remembered the stories, the songs sung by the mead hall fires of valiant warriors, of love that defied the very fabric of fate. But love felt distant now, a faded echo against the chaos surrounding us. My heart, a heavy stone, sank deeper with each passing moment, the burden of our impending doom pressing upon me like a cold hand on my back. "Valhalla is not the end, Freya," I said, desperation leaking into my voice. The shadows of doubt danced between us. "We can fight. We have to fight." But even as I spoke, I felt the truth wrap around me like a noose. What good was fighting against shadows and gods? The enemy was not just an army, it was despair itself, feeding on our fear. I remember the stories, Freya murmured, her gaze shifting to the heavens, where clouds roiled and churned like an angry sea. They said the gods would protect us, that Asgard would never fall. Those were just stories. I laughed, a hollow sound that echoed through the storm. They bathed once a year, for Loki's sake. Romance was earthy. Freya shot me a look, a mix of irritation and amusement, and for a brief moment, the horror that surrounded us flickered into something almost tender, a shared memory of laughter amidst fear. But it vanished as quickly as it had come, replaced by the relentless drums of war pounding against our hearts. The air thickened, charged with something primal. I felt it in my bones, that ancient call of battle, the intoxicating scent of adrenaline swirling around us. Yet as much as I yearned for glory, I could not shake the feeling that we were mere pawns, caught in a game played by gods and monsters. "Look!" Freya cried, pointing toward the horizon. Dark shapes moved through the storm, figures cloaked in shadows, eyes glinting with malice. The giants had come, their laughter like thunder, breaking the fragile wall between us and oblivion. My stomach twisted at the sight, dread pooling like ice in my veins. "Ready your sword," she commanded, but the words felt futile. What were we against the weight of histories long forgotten, against the wrath of beings who shaped worlds? I took a breath, grounding myself in the chaos. "If we die, let it be on our terms." Freya nodded, her eyes fierce once more, flames igniting in the depths of her emerald pools. "We will carve our names into the stars, or we will go out like the legends we once believed in." In that moment, amidst the brewing storm, I felt something shift, a sense of purpose igniting within. It was absurd, this defiance against fate, but in the face of certain death, I understood what it meant to fight. Heart racing, I gripped my sword tighter, feeling the familiar weight of it, a reminder of who I was, flawed, terrified, but undeniably alive. The giants surged closer, their forms monstrous yet familiar, shadows cast from tales of old. I could almost hear their laughter, a cruel melody that twisted through the air. They were the embodiment of chaos, the very antithesis of everything we had built. Freya stepped forward, a warrior reborn. Her voice rang out, fierce and unyielding, drowning the storm. "This is our home. You will not take it from us." And in that moment, I knew, this was not just a battle for survival, it was a battle for everything we had ever believed in. The architecture of our myths, woven into the very fabric of our souls, held us together even as the world threatened to tear us apart. Lightning crashed, illuminating the scene in stark relief, the giants looming, our hearts pounding, old dreams mingling with new resolves. I could feel the pulse of the cosmos, the weight of time pressing upon us, and for a heartbeat, everything fell away. There was only us, the flawed, the broken, the brave. As we stood on the precipice of fate, I realized our fight was not merely against an army. It was against the shadows that whispered lies, the doubts that clung like sins, and the fear that threatened to swallow us whole. Together, I whispered, the word a fragile promise. Together, Freya echoed, and in that strength, we found a flicker of hope, a light against the darkness, a spark in the void. Now, as the storm raged on, we would stand firm, ready to carve our story into the annals of existence, or to be swallowed whole by the very myths that had once defined us. The moment was upon us, raw and relentless, and like the thunder above, it would shake the foundations of everything we thought we knew. The air hangs thick with a silence that feels almost sacred, an eerie stillness that blankets Harappa. It's the kind of quiet that makes your heartbeat echo, a muted drum in the vastness of what was once bustling life. I stand amid the crumbled remains of a civilization that spoke in whispers of grandeur and decay, feeling the weight of history like a stone lodged in my throat. The sun hangs low, angry and red, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers across the earth, reaching for something lost. I remember the moment clearly. The clash of a broken pottery shard against stone, a sound that sliced through the silence, igniting an urgency deep within me. It was my brother, Vikram, his hands trembling, eyes wide with the fear of discoveries best left in the dark. "Look," he shouted, his voice trembling, the excitement mingling with dread. There, in the dust, half buried, a figure. A clay doll, missing its arms, yet cradled in a child's hand, a remnant of innocent play. But what twisted the knife in my chest was not just the doll, it was the thought of the child who once clutched it tight, now dust themselves, lost among the echoes of their laughter. Why do we keep unearthing the past? I hissed, pulling Vikram away, my heart thudding in rebellion against the very act of digging. What if the ghosts don't want to be found? My words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, as if the very earth beneath us sighed in agreement, harboring secrets too vast for our mortal understanding. Vikram's eyes mirrored a spectrum of conflicting emotions, curiosity clashing with fear, the thrill of the hunt warring with a deep-seated dread. But what if they tell us who we are? What if they explain why everything fell apart? His voice was raw, desperate, a plea that resonated deep within me. I felt the pull of his words, the intoxicating allure of answers that danced like shadows, just out of reach. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that every brick we turned over would lead to another layer of heartache. The shadows lengthened, creeping closer, whispering tales of haunting mysteries, the sudden decline, the abandoned streets, the specters of life that once teemed here. The whispers of mothers calling their children home, the laughter of traders overflowing with stories, now suffocated beneath rubble. What if they tell us we're just repeating their mistakes? I muttered, my voice barely breaking the veil of silence. As if on cue, the air grew colder, heavy with the weight of unseen eyes, watching, waiting. I could almost see them, those who wandered these streets long before us, their lives woven into the very fabric of the earth. I shivered, a chill crawling up my spine, as the shadows morphed into ghosts of the past. Each crumbling wall, each shattered pot spoke to me in a language of loss and longing, begging for a reckoning. That's when I saw her, Sita, my childhood friend, now a haunting memory that flitted just beyond my grasp. Her laughter once danced like sunlight in my soul, but now, it echoed like a ghost in the ruins. I remembered the day we played in the river, splashing water and dreams, weaving crowns of wildflowers. But like those flowers, our innocence wilted, crushed beneath the weight of what we lost, of what we dared to seek. "Why did you leave me?" I whispered, the words curling like smoke in the air, dissipating before they could reach her. Vikram's eyes flickered with recognition, the heaviness of understanding settling between us like an unspoken pact. We were both haunted by the choices that brought us here, to this desolate landscape littered with echoes. The sun dipped lower, and with it, the shadows grew longer, darker, more menacing. We pressed on, drawn deeper into the heart of Harappa, where the ghosts of ancient people beckoned us closer, their stories lying in wait beneath the dust and debris. With each step, I felt the ground pulse beneath my feet, as if the city itself throbbed with a heartbeat, ancient, relentless, a reminder of its past glory and its tragic end. And then, there it was, a crumbling archway, the gateway to the unknown, and I could feel it in my bones. The moment was upon us. Vikram reached for my hand, a fleeting connection before we were swallowed into darkness. My breath caught, the air thickening with the scent of earth and despair.
What if we don't like what we find?
I murmured, but it was too late. We had crossed into the abyss. Here, the past roared to life, visions racing through my mind, the bustling markets, the laughter, the vibrant colors. But with it came the shadows of their demise, the whispers of pestilence, the echoes of despair that swept through the streets like a relentless tide. I could almost see them, faces twisted in agony, mothers weeping for lost children, families torn apart by an unseen hand. Vikram's grip tightened, a lifeline in the storm of emotions that threatened to consume us. We have to understand, he insisted, voice shaking with fervor. This is our history, and if we forget, we will become them, lost, adrift in our own shadows. But the question lingered, a ghost hovering just beyond the periphery of my mind. What if understanding was the very thing that shattered us? The truth was a double-edged sword, and I felt it cutting deep, drawing blood from old wounds. I glimpsed the faces of those who had come before us, their eyes pleading for recognition, for remembrance. And then, amidst the chaos of fading memories, a single thought pierced the veil. The real mystery wasn't just what had happened to them, but what it meant for us. The shadows danced around us, teasing, taunting, their secrets locked tight, and I felt the weight of centuries pressing down on my shoulders. I was not just a bystander, I was a part of this cycle, this unending loop of time where the past echoed into the present, and the future remained obscured by the mists of history. I turned to Vikram, his eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light of our shared terror, and in that moment, I understood, this was more than a search for answers. This was a confrontation with our own fears, our own ghosts, the shadows that lingered just beyond the fire's glow. I could feel the city throbbing beneath us, alive with whispers of those who had lived, loved, and lost, echoes of the eternal struggle to understand, to belong. Whatever we find here, I whispered, both a promise and a warning, we cannot let it break us. And beneath the weight of those words, the shadows swirled, beckoning us deeper into the heart of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, where mysteries lay waiting, and secrets pulsed, alive with the haunting rhythms of history. The heat was suffocating, a thick smog of incense and despair wrapping itself around me as I stood on the banks of the Ganges, watching the sun bleed into the horizon, a deep crimson slice against the darkening sky. The river whispered secrets, secrets of 1,000 souls who had surrendered their last breaths here, their bodies floating away in the current. I could almost hear the echo of their cries, the laughter of those who believed that here, in Varanasi, death was not an end but a beginning. My heart raced, caught between the living and the dead, tethered by something invisible yet tangible. I remember the first time I saw her, Anaya, standing with her back to me, her silhouette framed by the flickering candlelight of the Ghat. She was everything I was not, bold, fierce, a flame that refused to be extinguished. But she was also broken, carrying the weight of generations on her delicate shoulders. I could feel her pain like a physical ache in my chest, a reminder of the cultural shackles that bound her to this city of paradoxes. I wanted to reach out, but the enormity of her struggle paralyzed me, rooted me to the spot.
Why do you come here?
Her voice pierced through the hum of the crowd, sharp and accusatory. I was a ghost in her world, my presence felt like a violation. This place is sacred. You don't understand. I remember my answer, or lack thereof, a cowardly silence that hung between us, heavy with unspoken truths. My fascination with Varanasi, the silent pull of its history, made me feel like a tourist in my own skin. I was here for the stories, the legends of Shiva and the cycle of life and death, but she was here for something much deeper, something raw and visceral. We were worlds apart, yet I couldn't look away. As night fell, the city transformed. Shadows danced along the ghats, swirling like spirits unleashed from a cage. The air crackled with tension, the energy thick and palpable. I watched as bodies were prepared for the pyre, their faces serene, eyes closed against the world they were leaving behind. I felt a shiver trickle down my spine, an unsettling mix of reverence and dread. This was their final act, a fiery farewell, a cleansing baptism into the afterlife, while I stood back, an observer to their liberation. But it was Rohan's voice that shattered the stillness in my heart, a voice like thunder, booming through the chaos. "Anaya! Stop!" He charged through the crowd, his body tense, fists clenched, eyes wild with desperation. He was a firecracker, impulsive and brash, always ready to ignite a fight, and in that moment, I realized how deeply he felt for her. His love was both beautiful and suffocating, a tempest that threatened to consume them both. "Let me be," Anaya snapped, her voice fierce, yet I could hear the tremor beneath her bravado.
You don't understand what this means for me.
Rohan stepped closer, his breath ragged. "I do. I see you, Anaya. You don't have to carry this alone." I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end, the electric tension between them crackling like a live wire. What was a simple argument spiraled into something monumental. The weight of her heritage clashed violently with the desire for freedom. I remember the moment so vividly, as if the universe itself held its breath. I was swept into their storm, my own heart pounding with an unsettling mix of fear and empathy. Here were two souls, battling against the relentless tide of tradition and expectation, yearning for a connection that felt like the promise of something more, something beautiful yet terrifying. "Do you think love can conquer all?" Anaya's voice cracked, and I felt a tear slip down my own cheek, my heart aching at her vulnerability, at the truth that love is often not enough. Rohan's words spilled out in a rush, desperate and raw. "Love is all we have. It's the one thing we can hold onto when everything else falls apart." But I could see the shadows creeping into their argument, the doubt lurking beneath Rohan's bravado, the fear in Anaya's eyes, fear of losing her identity, fear of losing him. The sacred city, with its ancient temples and winding alleys, bore witness to their struggle, as it had witnessed countless others. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, echoing through time, reminding them of the sacrifices made in the name of love, and the blood spilled in pursuit of freedom. And yet, amid their turmoil, I felt a flicker of hope, a glimmer that perhaps the sacred could also be revolutionary, that the city could cradle their dreams while holding their fears at bay. I wanted to join their fight, to stand beside them against the tide of history, to scream into the night that love is sacred too. But my voice felt like a whisper against the cacophony of the world, lost among the relentless flow of the Ganges. I remember the weight of the moment, the intensity of their gaze, the desperate need for connection entwined with the fear of rejection. The river surged behind us, a relentless force, embodying the cycle of life and death, a reminder that every beginning must follow an end.
But would this confrontation lead to a new beginning for them?
As the moon rose high above the sacred city, casting an eerie glow over the Ghats, I felt a profound sense of urgency. Time seemed to pulse in my veins, a reminder that life was slipping through our fingers like the water of the Ganges. I wanted to shout, to ripple through the fabric of their lives, to urge them to seize this moment, to refuse the constraints of their past. But as I stood there, caught in the maelstrom of their emotions, I realized that the echoes of Varanasi were not just about love and loss, they were about the very essence of existence, the struggle to find meaning in the chaos, to carve out a place for the sacred within the mundane. In that moment, I was no longer just an observer, but a participant in their narrative, intertwined with the fate of those who had come before and those yet to come. The night stretched on, heavy with unspoken words and unresolved feelings, a tapestry woven with the threads of pain and joy. The Ganges flowed steadily, an eternal witness to our struggles, reminding us that in this city of paradoxes, every ending could be a new beginning. And just as the sun would rise again, so too would their hearts, whether in love, loss, or the unyielding pursuit of freedom against the backdrop of an ancient, sacred city. The air is thick with the weight of centuries. Shadows stretch across the stone faces of Angkor, lingering like ghosts in the twilight. I can almost hear the whispers of those who built this colossal monument, their sweat mingling with the whispers of the wind. Trees twist around the temple, reclaiming it inch by inch, as if nature itself is questioning the arrogance of men who thought they could forge their legacy in stone. The sun hangs low, a molten orb bleeding into the horizon, casting long fingers of orange and purple across the sky, a painting too beautiful to bear. Kanya crouches near the edge of the reflecting pool, her fingertips skimming the surface like a pebble stirring stillness. She wants to believe in the divine, in the power of her ancestors who shaped this place, but doubt gnaws at her heart. What good is a legacy if it crumbles, she murmurs, a tremor in her voice. A single tear glistens on her cheek, catching the dying light, a solitary star falling in the darkening sky. She blames herself for the decay around her, for the way the stones seem to sag under the weight of expectations. I remember, she says, almost as if trying to charm the stones back to life, when we danced here, when the world was full of laughter. Across the expanse, in the heart of the temple, Rithi stands rigid, his fists clenched, muscles taut as if ready to strike. His mind is a battleground, torn between reverence and rebellion. They think they can control the past, he growls, words tumbling out like jagged stones. But the past is a wild thing, Kanya. You can't tame it. The echoes of his anger ripple through the pillars, and for a moment, the crumbling stones seem to lean closer, listening. He remembers the stories of his father, of soldiers and kings, of loyalty and betrayal. I remember, he whispers, when we were proud. Before the ghosts took everything. The twilight deepens. The air crackles with tension, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Night begins to swallow the light whole, and the temple transforms, every corner shrouded in mystery. As Kanya stands, the water ripples, distorting her reflection, twisting her anguish into something unrecognizable. In this sacred space, hope and despair dance a perilous waltz. She glances toward Rithi, the sharpness of their differences cutting through the heavy silence. He wants to tear down the past, she wants to preserve it, but neither knows how to bridge the chasm between them. Do you see them? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. The face is carved in stone, the gods watching us. They are waiting, Rithi. The way she speaks, as though the gods themselves are holding their breath, sends a chill down his spine. Could it be that the divine presence still lingers here, wrapped around the very rocks, pulsing with the heartbeat of history? He turns his gaze to the wall, a tapestry of stories etched in relief, and for a fleeting moment, he imagines the figures coming to life. The fierce warriors, the regal kings, frozen in time but alive in spirit. Waiting for what? He snaps, the bitterness curling around his tongue. For us to worship their ruins? For us to be shackled by their memory? The words hang heavy between them, a lightning bolt cutting the air, illuminating the shadows. Angkor, the grandest of temples, stands as a testament to the ambition of the Khmer Empire, but for Kanya and Rithi, it's a labyrinth of heartache. The walls have seen empires rise and fall, yet here they are, two souls trapped in the echoes of what once was, their own legacy unraveling like frayed threads. I remember, Kanya presses on, the stories my grandmother told me, the dancing, the feasts. The wind carrying laughter. Laughter. Rithi scoffs, the sound bitter like burnt sugar. Laughter echoes in a graveyard, Kanya. Look around. This place is dying. His voice cracks, and for a moment, vulnerability slips through his armor. I wanted to be proud of my heritage, but all I feel is shame. A heavy silence envelops them, punctuated only by the distant croaking of frogs, the rustle of leaves whispering secrets long forgotten. The sun finally disappears, and the shadows deepen, pooling like ink across the stones. A figure emerges from the darkness, a monk, draped in robes that seem to blend with the night. He carries an air of ancient wisdom, his presence a stark contrast to the chaos swirling within Kanya and Rithi. You seek answers, he says, voice low, as if it were a melody plucked from the strings of time. But answers come at a price. Heartbeats quicken. Kanya feels her pulse in her throat, a frantic rhythm urging her to listen. What price? She asks, trembling. The monk's eyes gleam like polished obsidian, revealing nothing yet hinting at everything. The price of acceptance, he replies, stepping closer, the air around him shimmering. To embrace what was and what is. You cannot escape the ghosts, nor should you try. Rithi scoffs, a reflexive defense against the vulnerability that threatens to engulf him. You talk of ghosts, but what of the living? We are bound to the earth, not to the sky. And yet, the monk counters, the sky reflects the earth. The past lives in you, even now. The moon rises, casting silvery light over the temple, illuminating scars etched into the stone, the wear and tear of time. Kanya's breath catches in her throat, as if she can feel the pulse of the temple beneath her feet, the heartbeat of a civilization that once thrived. I remember, she whispers, and the words spill like a river, unrestrained. I remember the laughter, the pride, the stories. I remember when we believed our legacy could last forever. Legacy, Rithi echoes, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. What is it but a ghost we chase? A shadow fading in the twilight. Together, they stand amid a world crumbling under the weight of abandonment, yet they are held captive by the echoes of history, by their own intertwined fates. The monk's presence lingers, a reminder that the past is alive. It breathes through the stones, pulses in the air, and wraps around their hearts like a vine, holding them together in this moment. Around them, the night grows deeper, as if the universe is closing in, each star a distant memory, each breath a reminder of the fragility of existence. Their conflict hangs heavy, unresolved, clinging like the humidity of the jungle air. The confrontation lingers, pulsing with potential, a moment suspended on the brink of realization. In the silence that falls, Angkor watches, a silent sentinel, holding its breath with them, waiting for the choice that lies ahead. The air crackles with tension, a palpable force that wraps around the stone walls of Tenochtitlan like a serpent, squeezing the breath from your lungs. The sun hangs low, bleeding an orange-red onto the cobblestones as I stand in the heart of the great city, where pyramids scrape the sky and blood whispers on the wind. It's the festival of Tlakaxepehualistli, the time of the flaying of men, and the people pulse with a frenetic energy, a cacophony of drums and shouts, laughter and prayers. The scent of roasting meat mingles with the metallic tang of fear, drenching the atmosphere in a haze that feels almost sacred. I remember the moment when Xochitl, her eyes burning with an intensity that made the stars look dim, pulled me into the crowd. She was my sister, my fierce protector, and in this moment, she was also the embodiment of chaos. The urgency in her grip was electric, pulling me away from the towering stone of Templo Mayor, where the priests chanted in fervor, their voices rising like smoke, thick, heavy, and suffocating. "Do you hear them?" she shouted. "They are coming for us. For the gods." Her voice sliced through the din, a wild thing, filled with a mixture of dread and exhilaration. I felt the pulse of the people, their hearts drumming in sync with my own, thud, 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 a rhythm that felt both intoxicating and terrifying. But it wasn't just the ritual that haunted me, it was my father, the once mighty jaguar warrior now reduced to a shadow, a fragment of the man he used to be. I saw him just outside the temple, his body frail, his spirit flickering like a dying flame. They had taken everything, his honor, his strength, and now, they sought to take him from us in the name of sacrifice. I remember the weight of that realization pressing down on me, like a stone placed upon my chest, suffocating the breath from my lungs. In the distance, the priests danced, their movements fluid and hypnotic, adorned in vibrant feathers that shimmered like the scales of a serpent. They sang hymns to Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, and I could feel the ground tremble beneath my feet, the very stones groaning with the weight of centuries of blood spilled. They beckoned to the sun, to the skies, to the spirits of the ancestors, and I was entranced, yet terrified. Were we mere puppets in their hands? I remember standing there, in the midst of a festival that was as beautiful as it was grotesque. The faces around me were painted with joy and fear, laughter and grief, a tapestry of human emotion woven tightly together. I caught a glimpse of a child, her tiny hands reaching for the offerings laid before the temple, her innocent eyes wide with wonder. Would she understand the darkness that loomed just beyond the vibrant festivities? Would she ever grasp the reality of what it meant to be Aztec, powerful yet fragile, revered yet reviled? Xochitl, I called, but my voice was lost in the roar of the crowd. I turned, searching for her amidst the throng of bodies, desperate to pull her from the edge of madness that beckoned her. She was drawn, like a moth to a flame, closer to the altar where the priests prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. I could see the glint of obsidian knives reflecting the fading sunlight, tools for an age-old dance of life and death. "Come back!" I shouted again, but the festival spell was too strong, and she slipped through the fingers of my memory, her laughter blending with the cries of the sacrificed. And then, a scream, raw, visceral, pierced the air. It cut through the jubilation, a haunting sound that sent chills down my spine. My heart raced as I pushed my way through the crowd, desperation clawing at my throat. What had they done? I found her there, her face a mask of horror as she witnessed the ritual unfold. The high priest, adorned with the feathers of a quetzal, lifted the sacrificial heart high above his head. In that moment, time fractured and splintered, the joy of the festival twisted into a grotesque mockery of life. The heart, warm and pulsing, was offered to the sun, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy, a chant rising like a tide, drowning out the screams. They celebrated death as if it were an old friend returned from the shadows. I remember the taste of copper in my mouth, the warmth of tears spilling down my cheeks. This is not the way, I thought, my heart breaking with the weight of tradition and expectation. I was trapped between my love for my sister and the heritage that demanded sacrifice, the very essence of our identity tied to this horrific ritual. So Chill's eyes met mine, and in that fleeting moment, an unspoken understanding passed between us, a collision of fear and defiance. I could feel her spirit burning, a bright flame against the encroaching darkness. "We must stop this," I said, my voice barely a whisper, but the weight of it hung heavy in the air, a challenge to the cosmos itself. The sun dipped lower, the shadows stretching and merging until they enveloped us in a chilling embrace. I knew, as I stood there with my sister, my pulse racing, that the city of Tenochtitlan was more than just stone and blood. It was a living entity, pulsating with the memories of our ancestors, their voices echoing through the streets, their sacrifices woven into the very fabric of our urban design. Here in this moment, as the line between life and death blurred, I felt the enormity of our existence, the fierce, unyielding spirit of the Aztec people, caught in an eternal struggle between the divine and the earthly, the beautiful and the grotesque. We were part of a grand design, a tapestry of conflict and resolution, dancing on the edge of oblivion. And as the priests raised their knives once more, I knew this was just the beginning. The festival would continue, the heart would be offered, but amidst the chaos and the song, there was a whisper of rebellion, a flicker of hope that refused to be extinguished. I clenched my fists, ready to face the storm, ready to rewrite our fate in the blood-soaked soil of Tenochtitlan. The sky loomed heavy, a smothering grey blanket threatening to swallow the earth whole. I stood at the foot of the Pyramid of the Sun, the stones cold and unyielding beneath my fingertips, a pulse of history thrumming just below the surface, a heartbeat echoing through time. There were whispers in the air, dark murmurs that prickled the spine. The city, once adorned with life, now lay eerily silent, swallowed by shadows that danced in the corners of my vision. It felt like stepping into a dream, or maybe a nightmare, where the past and present twined together, inseparable. I remember the first time I saw her, the flicker of her presence cutting through the haze. Nyla, fierce yet fragile, her spirit a tempest contained within soft, vulnerable skin. Her eyes held the weight of stories, sorrow spilling from them like rain, and here, in this ancient city, I saw the truth of her heart. She was searching for something lost, something haunting. The way her fingers played with the edges of her shawl gave her away, a nervous habit, a silent plea. "What do you seek?" I had whispered, half expecting her to vanish into the wind. But she stood firm, the shadows swirling around us. "The path to my ancestors," she breathed, her voice a fragile whisper, laced with longing. "They walked these stones. They prayed to the gods beneath this sky." I turned my gaze to the Pyramid of the Moon, its silhouette a dark cut against the skyline, a sentinel of forgotten dreams. Each step we took was heavy with the weight of dreams unfulfilled, hopes wrapped in layers of time. I could feel the city's pulse, a living entity, breathing nostalgia into the air. The stone pathways were carved with secrets of those who had come before, their laughter now echoes, their cries swallowed by time. And then there was Matteo, his presence a storm. He stood beside Nyla, his brow furrowed with a tumult of emotions. The tension between them crackled like static, electric and alive. Matteo, with his restless spirit, was drawn to the chaos of the city, yet chained by the expectations of his own life. He was searching too, searching for truth, searching for meaning. "This place is a lie," he muttered, frustration dripping from his words. They worshipped false gods while the real ones remained silent. His anger was palpable, like a fierce wind threatening to uproot everything in its path. I wanted to reach out, to calm the storm within him, but I knew he had to face it. What if they weren't false? I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of the question. What if the gods were simply reflections of our own longing? Nyla's gaze shifted between us, her heart a pendulum swinging between doubt and fear, hope and despair. I could see it in her eyes, the way she clung to Matteo, the way his anger pushed her away. "Don't you see? This place is sacred," she insisted, her voice rising like a prayer. "Every stone, every shadow carries the weight of our ancestors. It's not a lie, it's a tapestry woven of our souls." But Matteo shook his head, his fists clenched tight. "A tapestry of despair," he spat, the word slicing through the air like a blade. "They sacrificed their lives for nothing. Look at this place, it's a graveyard." The air crackled with tension, the sacred path beneath our feet pulsing with life and death all at once. I felt the weight of history pressing down, a mixture of reverence and fear, as if the city itself were holding its breath, waiting for a resolution, an acknowledgement. The shadows lengthened, and the sun dipped lower, casting a warm glow that felt like the embrace of lost souls. Nyla stepped close to Matteo, her presence a soft balm against his fury. "We all have our burdens," she said gently, her hand brushing against his arm, a delicate touch that trembled like a leaf in the wind. "But here, in Teotihuacan, we can find connection. We can forge new paths." "Paths of what?" he shot back, his voice a thunderstorm, booming against the ancient stones. "Paths of broken dreams? Of worshipping what can't help us?" Tears glimmered in her eyes, a reflection of the sun setting far beyond the horizon. "No, Matteo. Paths of understanding. Paths of love. We are stronger together. We can learn from them." I felt my heart race, the intensity of their conflict weaving around us like a dark tapestry. Each word hung heavy in the air, suffocating yet electric. The sky darkened, shadows creeping across the ancient stones, and I could almost hear the whispers of the gods, beckoning, warning. The silence that enveloped us was thick and suffocating, pressing down like the weight of the universe itself. It was as if the city recognized our struggle, the unyielding tension between despair and hope, anger and love. In that moment, the air crackled with possibility, thick enough to taste on our tongues, sweet and bitter all at once. I remember the moment I stepped back, feeling the cool stone beneath my palms, the pulse of Teotihuacan echoing in my chest. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that hung heavy around us. I wanted them to find their truth, to embrace the shadows and love the light. "This is sacred ground," I whispered, half to myself, half to them, as the winds began to rise, swirling around us like the ghosts of the past. "We must honor it, and in that honor, we may find ourselves." But in the depths of the city, the shadows stirred, and the distant echoes of laughter turned to cries, their poignant melody intertwining with our own fears. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, a crucible of emotion and memory waiting to be forged anew. In that moment, I knew this was only the beginning. The true confrontation was coming, an avalanche of emotion that would sweep us all into a whirlpool of revelation. The air hummed with anticipation, and as the sun sank behind the ancient pyramids, I felt the weight of the cosmos shifting, preparing for what was yet to come. The fog hangs low, curling around the stones like a lover's embrace, whispering secrets to the shadows of ancient walls. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding against my ribs like a caged bird desperate to escape. Machu Picchu, the city of whispers, the breath of the gods, and I, an intruder in this sanctuary of stone and spirit. The air is electric, tinged with the sweat of history and the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, heavy with the weight of what once was and what should never be forgotten. I remember the stories of the ancients, their vibrant lives woven into the fabric of these mountains, like threads of gold glinting under the sun. I can almost hear them, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, their prayers rising like smoke toward the heavens. Yet, there's a chill here, an undercurrent of sorrow that wraps itself around my heart. It's as if the stones are alive, breathing, echoing the sacrifice of those who walked this land long before me. But I'm not alone. There's Elena, her eyes wide with wonder and fear, a reflection of my own turmoil. She came searching for answers, for something that would fill the void left by a life that never quite felt complete. Her hand trembles as she brushes against the weathered stone, feeling the pulse of the past, as if the city itself is calling to her. "Do you think they knew?" she whispers, her voice barely breaking through the weight of the silence. "Did they know they were building something so beautiful, so fragile?" I want to reassure her, tell her that beauty survives, that it echoes through time. But the truth is, I'm haunted by the very same thought. The Incas believed their structures were a bridge to the divine, a promise that the gods would walk among them in their triumphs and tragedies. What of the shadows, though? What of the sacrifices made in the name of religion, the blood spilled beneath the very stones that now bask in the glow of the sun? Did they tremble at the edge of their own creations, aware that each triumph would be met with loss, each joy shadowed by grief? And then there's Thomas, the skeptic, arms crossed tightly over his chest, as if he can ward off the truth with mere defiance. He scoffs at the tales, rolling his eyes at the rituals and the sacrifices, the reverent whispers of the priests. "It's just rock and mortar," he insists, but I sense the fear lurking beneath his bravado. It's the fear of meaning, the fear that if he lets himself believe, he may have to confront the ghosts that linger in the corners of his mind. He is a fortress of skepticism, yet I see the cracks, the moments when his gaze flits to the sky, searching for something more. Elena's fingers trace the intricate stonework, her breath quickening, and in that moment, I see something shift in Thomas. His defenses falter as the beauty of the structure envelopes him, the craftsmanship that defies the very limits of imagination. "It's magnificent," he mutters, almost to himself, and I want to scream, to shake him until he understands. It is the magnificence of humanity, the raw emotion that connects us, even now. Around us, the mountains loom, silent sentinels bearing witness to our plight, and the air thickens with tension. The sun begins to dip, casting long shadows that stretch across the stone like fingers reaching for something lost. Memories flicker in the dying light, of blood and sweat, of gods and men, of sacrifices that echo through the ages. The sun sinks lower, a fiery orb retreating behind the peaks, as if it too is afraid to linger, afraid of what it might uncover. "Do you feel it?" Elena's voice breaks through the haze, trembling as shadows dance around her. "The weight of it, the prayers, the offerings." Her face glows with fervor, and I realize she is on the brink of something profound, something that could either shatter her or set her free. Thomas shakes his head, denial etched in every line of his face. "It's just superstition, Elena. They were just people. They feared the unknown, like we all do." Yet, in his eyes, I see it, the flicker of doubt, the hint of belief that lurks just beneath the surface. He fears what he cannot control, just as we all do. I remember the stories of the sacrifices, the heart-wrenching rituals performed under the watchful gaze of the mountains, where the line between man and God blurred. The Incas believed that to appease the gods, they must offer their very souls, their futures laid bare upon the altars of stone. And here we stand, amidst the remnants of their devotion, grappling with our own fears, our own yearnings for connection. As the day ebbs away, a heavy silence envelops us, the kind that thickens the air and makes the heart race. Shadows lengthen, whispering of the past and beckoning us closer. I see Elena's brow furrow, her breath catching as she leans against a crumbling wall, and I wonder if she feels it too, the thrum of history, the echo of prayers that rise like incense into the night. The stars begin to pierce the sky, each one a flickering reminder of lives once lived, their hopes and dreams swirling in the cosmos, just out of reach. I want to hold on to this moment, to revel in its intensity, but my heart races with the impending sense of confrontation. Why do you hold on to your disbelief? Elena's voice rises, trembling yet fierce, challenging Thomas. What if there is something more? What if the stones are alive with their stories? Thomas scoffs, but beneath his bravado lies an unsettling truth. He is terrified of what it means to believe, to embrace the unknown, to surrender to the ghosts of those who came before. His eyes dart around, searching for escape, as the shadows of the past loom ever closer. And as the night deepens, the air crackles with tension, thick and charged, a storm brewing on the horizon. The stones whisper secrets only the brave dare to hear, and I know that this moment, this confrontation, will change everything. I remember standing on the precipice of faith and fear, where the echoes of the past converge with the pulse of the present. The city of the Incas has no end, it flows through us, unyielding, relentless. I can feel it, the heartbeat of Machu Picchu surges in my veins, urging me to listen, to lean into the unknown. And just like that, the shadows deepen, a promise of what's to come. In the air hangs the weight of our fears and desires, the uncertainty that binds us. I stand there, aware that the moment is fragile, and yet, I'm alive in this chaos. The past whispers, the present beckons. We are caught in its web, and the only way out is through. The sun sets over Petra, casting elongated shadows that dance like fleeting memories across the jagged rock faces. I stand there, breath stolen, chest tight, staring into the mouth of the Seek, the narrow canyon that swallows you whole, whispers secrets into your ear, promises treasures and terrors in the same breath. The air thickens, heavy with history, and I can almost hear the echoes of ancient footsteps, merchants and wanderers, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the wind. Do you feel that? Kala's voice shatters the silence, a mixture of fear and exhilaration. She grips my arm, her eyes wild, reflecting the red and orange hues of the dying day. It's alive here, like it knows we're intruders. I nod, feeling the pulse of Petra beneath my feet, a heartbeat that resonates with my own. Yet, beneath the thrill, a dread coils within me, an understanding that what we seek may not welcome us. Kala, wild and radiating warmth, embodies the spirit of this city, but I feel like a shadow, an echo of something lost. Fear grips my heart like a vice, squeezing tight as we step deeper into the Seek, its walls looming above us like ominous sentinels. The shadows twist and writhe, taunting us. I remember the stories, Kala continues, her voice a mere thread against the rushing wind. Nabateans, traders, gods of commerce. They turn stone into wealth. Her laugh is light, but a tremor runs through it, a hint of desperation. And sacrifices. You know, for good fortune in trade. My stomach churns at the thought, the macabre horror rooted in the past. Didn't they say offerings were made in the dark? The whispers of the dead echo here. I try to joke, but the words feel heavy on my tongue, like stones dragging me deeper into the abyss. As we step into the wider expanse of the city, the treasury rises before us, an opulent facade chiseled from the rock, glinting in the fading sunlight. The grandeur is dizzying, yet haunting. Look at it, Kala breathes, or spilling from her lips. Can you believe this was once a bustling hub? A sacred space where lives were bartered. But I can't shake the thrum of trepidation, the questions gnawing at my insides. And what of the souls? What did they trade for all this? I know I should be enchanted, but the beauty feels grotesque, like a mask hiding something sinister. The echoes of laughter drift away, replaced by an eerie silence, like a breath held too long. I look at Kala, her face illuminated by the last rays of sunlight, and I see her excitement and my own fear reflected back, a clash of hope and despair. What if the ghosts of the past still wander these streets? I venture, half teasing, half genuinely frightened. Then maybe they'll teach us a thing or two, she quips, yet I see her eyes dart to the shadows, a flicker of fear quickening her breath. Or, you know, warn us of what happens to those who seek too much. The words hang heavy, thickening the air as we press on, our footsteps echoing against the stone. Kala leads, her spirit fierce and unyielding. I lag behind, burdened by memories, my own, the stories of those who came before me. I remember my mother's voice, the tales of ancient cities told in hushed tones, her laughter mingling with the crackle of a fire. How she painted worlds with words, yet never spoke of the darkness that clung to them. A shiver runs down my spine. I remember the tales of lost love, of merchants who traded lives for riches, of sacred spaces becoming tombs for the greedy. It feels like the city itself is watching, waiting for us to slip, to give in to our desires, to lose ourselves in its charm and terror. Do you think we'll find it? Kala suddenly asks, her voice breaking through the fog of my thoughts. The heart of Petra, the source of their power. I hesitate, my heartbeat quickening.
What if it finds us first?
The words hang between us, a silent pact of fear and anticipation. As we wander deeper into the heart of the city, the walls close in, the shadows stretch long, and I can't shake the feeling that we are not alone. The silence grows heavier, thick like honey, and then, footsteps. I turn, heart racing, pulse pounding in my ears. Did you hear that? Kala's face pales, her bravado cracking. It's just the wind, she whispers, but the tremor in her voice betrays her. We push forward, urgency thrumming between us, but the sound grows louder, closer, rhythmically pounding like a war drum. Shadows move, sinuous and dark, and I can feel the city's breath on my neck, a chilling reminder of what lies beneath the beauty.
What if we're not meant to find it?
I murmur, the thought curling around my heart, squeezing tighter. The path twists, leading us deeper into the city, into the labyrinth of stone and memory. The air shifts, an electric charge buzzing through the atmosphere, and I feel a presence, an ancient weight pressing down. I remember nights spent staring at the stars, wondering if they held the answers we sought. But here, I feel only dread, an endless cycle of longing and loss. Kala stops abruptly, and I nearly collide with her. Did you see that? Her voice drops to a whisper, eyes wide. What? I follow her gaze, heart racing, but there's nothing there, just shadows, shifting, teasing, laughing. I thought I saw him, she breathes, her voice trembling. A trader, a spirit. I want to laugh, to brush it off, but her fear is palpable, twisting around my gut like a vice. Kala, I say softly, let's just, but before I can finish, the sound of footsteps returns, more insistent, echoing off the walls like a relentless heartbeat. We have to go, I say, panic rising as I tug her arm. But she's rooted, staring into the depths, her gaze lost. I have to know, she whispers, a desperate plea.
What if we're meant to find him?
The moment hangs suspended, the tension coiling tighter. I feel the weight of eternity around us, the ghosts of the past reaching out, pleading, warning. Kala! The urgency spills from my lips. We can't, but the shadows deepen, the air thickens, and as I look back at her, I see her resolve harden. I'm not leaving without knowing, she says, voice fierce, yet trembling. And in that moment, I realize, some places are meant to consume, to hold you hostage in their beauty and their darkness. As we stand at the precipice of choice, the city of Petra breathes around us, a silent witness to our unfolding fate. The heartbeat of the ancient world thrums louder, drowning out the whispers of our fears, and the shadows stretch, curling like smoke, as we step further into the abyss. I remember when the stars felt like home, but now, here, in this sacred space, in this city of trade and sacrifice, the stars feel unreachable, ghosts of a past that will never let us go. The sun hung low in the sky, bleeding orange and red, casting long shadows across the ancient stones of Jerusalem. The air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of spices and sweat, mingling with the ghostly echoes of prayers whispered on the wind. A crowd surged forward, faces illuminated by desperation, anger, hope, each heartbeat a hammer against the walls of this sacred city. I remember the first time I saw the Western Wall. Miriam's voice trembled, thick with emotion. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to drown out the chaos swirling around her. It was like staring into the heart of a beast, alive and breathing. I thought it would offer me peace. But peace was a luxury for those untouched by the scars of history. The wall, that ancient remnant, had witnessed centuries of devotion and violence, a witness to the very fabric of faith that split and sewed together the lives of its people. Across the square, Daniel stood with clenched fists, his throat tight with the weight of unspoken words. This city was supposed to be a sanctuary, a cradle for his beliefs, yet all around him, the air was electric with hostility. He felt his faith falter, a flickering candle in an unforgiving storm. How did it come to this, he thought, battling the tumult within him? How could a place meant for worship become a battlefield? And then there was Samir, the shadow of doubt lurking beneath the surface of his every thought. He was lost, torn between the love for his homeland and the pain that came with it. The call to prayer rang out, its haunting melody threading through the discord, pulling him closer to an identity that felt increasingly fragile. I remember my father's voice, urging me to stand tall, to honor our faith, he whispered to himself, but moments like these felt like betrayal. Every shout from the crowd echoed the struggle of his heart, divided by the very thing that should unite them, belief. Together, together, someone shouted, but the cry wore thin against the rising tide of division. The tension snapped like a bowstring, and in that split second, everything shifted. A soldier raised his weapon, eyes wild with fear and conviction. A single shot rang out, shattering the fragile air. Time froze. Miriam gasped, her heart racing in the silence that followed. Within her, the echoes of distant memories flooded her mind, her grandmother, draped in prayer shawls, her voice a soothing lullaby against the backdrop of conflict. What would she say? A question that clawed at her, desperate for answers that felt just out of reach. Daniel's pulse quickened. He felt the ground beneath him tremble, raw with the weight of centuries of unresolved grief. Each stone was a reminder of the lives lost, faiths shattered, dreams denied. Is this who we've become? He thought, the words bitter on his tongue. He wanted to scream, to collapse under the burden of a city that felt like a ghost, haunted by its own memories. And Samir, caught between belief and despair, felt the walls closing in. We can't fight like this, he thought, desperation clawing at his insides. The clash of faiths, the cries for justice, each sound like a dagger, twisting deeper into his heart. What if the true battle lies within? The crowd surged again, a wave of humanity drawn by pain and rage. No more, someone cried, a voice rising above the chaos, trembling yet fierce. The chant spread, a wildfire igniting hope against the dark backdrop of despair. We can't let this divide us. We are all here. Miriam opened her eyes, the flicker of determination igniting within her. Together, she whispered, though her voice was lost in the cacophony. The wall loomed behind her, a silent witness to her resolve, a reminder of the strength forged in unity, even when it felt impossibly distant. Daniel fought against the tide of anger, his heart screaming for a way forward. We are more than our differences, he shouted, feeling the resonance of truth echo within him. And though he felt small, his voice joined the multitude, a single note in a symphony of hope. Samir felt the churning conflict within him ease, if only for a moment, tethered by the fragile thread of possibility. Maybe, he thought, the word tentative yet powerful, maybe we can find a way to share this city. The shadows of doubt began to recede, replaced by the flicker of a shared dream, fragile yet vibrant. But then, as if calling out a cruel jest, the shadows deepened. Another shot pierced the air, sharp and unforgiving, and the chaos erupted anew. A hand reached for him, a face blurred in fear and urgency, but Samir hesitated, torn between the impulse to flee and the need to stand firm. What is my silence worth? He grappled with the question, wrestling with the weight of his legacy, an echo of voices past. Look! Miriam shouted, rising above the turmoil, her courage igniting something profound. Look at what we're doing to ourselves. We are fighting over a land we all love. Her heart pounded like a war drum, a call to arms for compassion. Daniel met her gaze, feeling the spark of connection leap between them. Miriam, he shouted back, the name scrawled across his soul, a lifeline in the storm. Are you ready to fight for each other? And in that moment, time hung like a pendulum, poised on the edge of fate. The echoes of prayers from the past whispered through the air, a symphony of hopes entwined with fears. The wall, the dome of the rock, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, each a testament to a longing that transcended conflict, reaching deep into the undercurrents of humanity. In the heart of Jerusalem, amidst the clamor of belief and disbelief, love and hatred, lay the pulse of a city yearning for healing, a place where faith could rise from the ashes of despair, an intersection where three major religions collided, and yet, perhaps, could find a way to dance together in the shadows. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting Jerusalem into twilight, the confrontation loomed, an emotional reckoning that felt inevitable. A city caught in the throes of its own history, struggling to breathe, yet held tightly in the embrace of its own contradictions. Moments bled into one another, fragments of a story that felt both timeless and achingly immediate. The battle raged on, but within that chaos, the flicker of hope remained, the promise that one day, perhaps, they would all find their way home. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that clung to the skin like the weight of a forgotten prayer. The city was alive, but it felt wrong, a heartbeat racing out of sync, the kind of feeling that crawls beneath your flesh, whispering that something catastrophic was about to unfold. I stood in the shadow of the grand temple, its towering spires piercing the sky, a dark sentinel holding the sacred texts that had molded our divine city into something both magnificent and grotesque. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic metronome to the chaos brewing behind those sacred walls. "Lena!" The shout pierced through the murmurs of the crowd, pulling my gaze to a figure battling through the throng, his face twisted with desperation. It was Micah, my childhood friend, the boy who once dreamed of becoming a scholar, solemnly tracing the words of ancient texts with trembling fingers. Now, those very words had become weapons, inciting fear, igniting unrest. "They're burning the manuscripts. You have to stop them." I remember the nights when we would sneak into the library under the cloak of darkness, fingers gliding over the parchment, reading the verses that spoke of hope, of divine salvation. But hope was a fragile thing, a candle flickering in the relentless storm of doubt. "What do you mean?" I choked out, feeling my pulse race. "Who is burning them?" "Zealots. They think the texts have cursed our city. They want to cleanse it, wipe the slate clean of the old ways." His voice cracked, each word a jab to my gut. I had watched him transform from a dreamer into an unwilling soldier in a battle fought with flames, and the rawness of that change cut deeper than any blade. The temple loomed above us, a fortress of contradictions. It promised divinity while hiding the fractures beneath its surface. The sacred texts were the lifeblood of our community, an intricate tapestry woven from centuries of belief, tradition, and fear. But as Micah's eyes darted around us, filled with a terror that mirrored my own, I felt the weight of those words bearing down on us. What if they were right? What if these texts, revered and cherished, were the very roots of our suffering? "Come on," Micah urged, grabbing my wrist with an urgency that sent chills shooting through me. "We can't let them do this. They'll raze the city to the ground." I remembered the stories woven into those pages, tales of gods who walked among us, of cities built from dreams and ashes. But now, those stories felt like chains, binding us to a fate we had never chosen. We pushed through the mob, a swelling mass of bodies fueled by fear, anger, and fervent belief. I could almost taste the smoke in the air, the acrid scent of history being erased, and I felt the ground tremble beneath our feet, a living entity reacting to the chaos, to the storm of emotion brewing within those who had once found solace in those sacred words. I glimpsed a flicker of flame, illuminating the faces of those who had gathered, their eyes wild and unyielding. They were angry, they were scared. Each face was a mirror reflecting my own confusion and despair, each heart a universe colliding with its own doubts. "Micah, what do we do?" I whispered, panic clawing at my throat, the desperation thickening the air around us. He turned to me, his eyes a stormy sea. "We have to remind them," he said fiercely. "Remind them what those words mean, what they've always meant." But how could we? We were just two souls in a city desperate for salvation, clinging to the last threads of belief as the fabric of our world began to unravel. As we neared the temple, the flames danced like demons drawn from the depths of those very sacred texts, the flickering light casting shadows that twisted and turned into grotesque shapes. I could see them, figures standing around the bonfire, chanting, their voices rising in a dreadful hymn of destruction. "Burn the old, cleanse the city," they cried, oblivious to the history slipping away from their grasp, the tales that had shaped our very existence. "Lena!" Micah shouted, rushing forward, but I hesitated, rooted to the ground. I remembered a line from one of those ancient texts, "Fear not the shadows, they are but the absence of light." But wasn't this light flickering out before our eyes? I closed my eyes, letting the memory wash over me, feeling the warmth of the sun as it bathed my skin in golden light. I remembered the joy of the festival, laughter ringing through the air, the scent of blooming flowers mixing with the incense from the temple. I remembered the power of belief, the strength found in unity. But how could I summon that now, in this chaos? "Lena, we can't lose this." Micah's voice broke through, a lifeline thrown into the turbulent sea of my thoughts. We have to show them what it means to believe again. His words ignited something deep within me, a flicker of defiance. I stepped forward, propelled by an emotion I couldn't quite name: fear, anger, a desperate hope that clawed at my heart. "Stop!" I shouted, my voice trembling but resolute, as I fought my way through the crowd toward the inferno consuming our history. The flames crackled, a wild beast devouring the parchment, and I could almost hear the whispers of the texts fading into the smoke. "These words are not curses!" I yelled, my voice rising, cutting through the chaos. "They are our past, our future. They shape this city, they shape us." They turned to me, a sea of faces filled with disbelief, anger, and a flicker of curiosity. I felt the rhythm of their hearts, the shared pulse of so many intertwined destinies, beating as one. These texts tell us who we are. They remind us of our humanity, our fragility, our strength. Without them, we are lost. Micah was beside me, his voice echoing my own. These words once brought us together. They can do so again. He raised his arms, a gesture that felt both small and monumental. In that moment, I saw the spark of hope ignite in the eyes around us, the flicker of memory lighting the darkness. But then, the fire roared in protest, and I felt the ground tremble beneath us, the city itself groaning under the weight of the moment. The texts were more than ink on parchment, they were the very soul of our divine city, and as they burned, they took with them the fragile threads that wove our lives together. Time felt elastic, stretching and bending, a cosmic dance of despair and defiance. I remember the clock in the town square, its hands turning endlessly, ticking away the seconds of our lives, reminding us that time is a precious, unyielding force. "We can't let them erase this!" Micah shouted again, the urgency in his voice piercing through the chaos like a beacon. And in that heartbeat, I knew the truth. We were not just fighting for ink and paper, we were fighting for our very essence, for the identity of our divine city. "We are the keepers of the words!" I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat, fueled by a rage that surged like wildfire. "We must protect them, nurture them, revive the stories they tell." But the flames rose higher, and the chanting grew louder, a cacophony of destruction that threatened to drown us. The shadows danced, mocking our pleas, reminding us of our fragility in the face of overwhelming fear. In that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of those who had come before us, their dreams intertwining with our own. "Remember!" Micah cried, his voice a lifeline stretched across the abyss. "Remember the stories that brought us together. Remember the love, the hope, the laughter." And as I stood there, heart pounding in time with the chaos around us, I knew we were at the precipice of something monumental. The confrontation loomed, an emotional climax that would either save our city or plunge it into darkness. I felt the collective breath of the crowd, a moment suspended in time, and I knew this was only the beginning. The sacred texts, the lifeblood of our existence, would not be extinguished so easily. The fire crackled, the shadows grew longer, and the night deepened around us. Time seemed to stretch on forever, a swirling vortex of emotions, and as we stood together, Micah and I, hearts entwined in defiance, I felt the city's pulse quicken, a promise of what was to come, a whispered prayer that perhaps, just perhaps, we could reclaim our stories. The confrontation was only a heartbeat away, the future hinging on a fragile thread woven from the past. Would we have the strength to hold on? The clock struck midnight, echoing through the narrow alleys, each chime a heartbeat in the city's pulse. Shadows stretched like fingers, clawing at the stone walls, whispering secrets of the past that lingered like smoke. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the wind carried the scent of damp earth and something sweetly decayed, drawing me deeper into the labyrinth of the city. The cobblestones beneath my feet were slick, glistening with the promise of rain. And amidst this eerie stillness, there she was, Myra, a ghost of her former self, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope. "Myra!" I called, my voice cracking like the night sky, but she only turned, a flicker of recognition passing through her gaze, and then it was gone. I remembered the fire in her spirit, the way she danced through life, unshackled by the weight of the city's history. And yet, here she was, caught in a web of despair, her heart tethered to the streets that had once cradled her dreams. "Why are we here, Jonas?" she whispered, a tremor in her voice that resonated with something primal. The city loomed around us, its layout a cruel joke, streets intertwining like serpents, leading nowhere, everywhere. I could sense the ghosts of its foundations, the architects who'd poured their souls into the grid, the builders who'd laid bricks beneath the weight of history. This was sacred geography, each corner a testament to choices made long before we breathed our first gasps of life. "I don't know," I confessed, the truth hanging heavy in the air. "But I feel it. The city's alive, Myra. It's watching." In that moment, we were not just two lost souls but the embodiment of the city's fragmented heart. The shadows shifted, revealing another figure, Liam, his expression a blend of anger and sorrow, as if he were caught in the momentum of a storm. "You shouldn't have come here," he interjected, his voice a growl that sent chills racing up my spine. "Why not?" "This is where it all began," I shot back, the words spilling out like an unbidden confession. Liam's presence felt suffocating, a reminder of the choices we'd made, the paths we'd taken, or avoided. The city had a way of laying bare our emotional scars, the blood-soaked memories lurking in its alleys, like ghosts unwilling to relinquish their grip. "Those choices haunt us, Jonas," he replied, his eyes narrowing as if he could read the very thoughts buried in my mind. "Do you think they'll let you forget? This city is a prison, and we're its unwilling inmates." I stepped closer, feeling the weight of the walls pressing in, as if the very stones had ears and could hear our confessions. This city isn't just a prison. It's alive with stories, stories of love, betrayal, loss. It's a map of our souls, and every street we walk bears witness to our struggles. Myra interjected, her voice trembling but resolute. "But what if those stories are only ghosts? What if we're meant to escape, Jonas?" The question hung in the air, a pallor of doubt settling over us. I glanced at the twisted streets that spiraled into the darkness, the corners where laughter once echoed now silenced. "Maybe we're meant to confront them, to find the light amidst the shadows," I replied, but uncertainty gnawed at me, a relentless beast. The city's architecture was a reflection of our turmoil. The grandeur of the cathedrals loomed like ancient sentinels, their spires reaching for a sky that seemed to mock us with its vastness. I could almost hear the whispers of prayers lost in time, the chants of despair and devotion intertwining in a cacophony that filled the night. "Look at the layout, there's symmetry, a balance," I urged, desperate to find solace in reason. "It's a reflection of our lives, Myra. We're all connected here." Myra's gaze dropped to the ground, the cracks in the pavement echoing her inner turmoil. "What if the connections are too broken to mend? What if we're just fragments of a larger design that's spiraling out of control?" Her words struck like lightning, igniting a firestorm in my chest. "Then we must confront that chaos, accept the shards of ourselves we've tried to hide. We're not just victims of our choices, we're architects of our future." Liam's anger flared, a tempest brewing within him. "And what if confronting it means losing everything? What if the very foundation of this city collapses under the weight of our truths?" I felt the tremor of his fear, the rawness of it pulsing in the air. "Then we rebuild. We carve our own paths through the chaos," I insisted, my voice rising above the silent shadows. "This city isn't just brick and mortar, it's a living testament to our resilience. We have to believe that." In that moment, the air shifted, charged with an electric energy that pulled us closer together. The echoes of the city grew louder, the memories seeping into our veins, intertwining with our very existence. I could see it then, the potential of the streets, the sacred geography revealing itself in waves of emotion, each corner a choice, each path a reflection of who we could become. As the clock struck again, marking the passage of time, I knew this confrontation was just the beginning. We were entwined in a dance, spiraling deeper into the heart of the city, a city that demanded we confront our deepest fears, our most fervent desires. The shadows twisted around us, a haunting reminder that we were more than just figures on a map. We were alive, breathing, aching to break free from the chains of our own making. And as we stood at that precipice, I could feel the heartbeat of the city resonate within me, urging me to embrace the chaos, to face the ghosts that lingered just beyond the shadows. The confrontation was inevitable, and though fear lingered like a spectre, hope flickered in the distance, a beacon amidst the darkness. The night held its breath, and the city awaited our next move, the sacred geography and echo of our shared humanity, haunting, beautiful, and irrevocably alive. A shriek pierces the silence, raw and primal, echoing through the ancient stone walls of the cathedral. I freeze, my heart thundering in my chest like a frightened animal, caught between fear and something else, curiosity. Howling winds whip through the narrow streets, whipping up the scent of damp earth mixed with the lingering incense of burnt candles. Shadows dance erratically around me, flickering like ghosts of the past desperately trying to break free from their sepulchral confines. There's a man, Gabriel, his eyes two dark pools filled with the weight of unspoken regrets. He stands at the edge of the square, frozen, as if the very air has transformed into a barrier that keeps him shackled to his pain. I can see the tremor in his hands, the way they clench and unclench as if grasping at something just beyond his reach, something that might fill the void he carries like a heavy stone. It's just a child, he mutters, but the child's cries, rising, falling, drowning in despair, are a dagger to his heart. He knows better, every scream is a mirror reflecting his guilt, his failure. And then there's Ilara, just a few paces away, her breath quick and shallow, dragging her own burdens forward like a relentless tide. A pilgrimage is supposed to cleanse the soul, but all she feels is the weight of her past pressing down, the memories like chains wrapped tightly around her ankles. I remember, she whispers, her voice barely louder than the wind's mournful howl. I remember the laughter, the way it used to echo through the halls. But laughter has turned to ashes in her mouth, a bitter reminder of what she lost, and the ghost of her child feels very much alive, trailing her like a shadow, haunting her every step. The cathedral looms above, a colossal figure shrouded in mystery, its stone facade a testament to centuries of devotion, but today it feels more like a mausoleum than a sanctuary. I can almost hear the walls breathing, heavy with sacred secrets and the weight of 1,000 prayers. Each carved figure, each flickering candle, carries the weight of the countless souls who have sought solace within these walls. But solace feels distant now, fleeting like the last rays of a dying sun. Why do we keep walking? Gabriel's voice breaks through, a shattering glass in a silent room. What are we searching for? His words hang in the air, thick and heavy, as if daring the universe to respond. Ilara's gaze drops to the cobblestones, worn smooth by the passage of many feet, many hearts, many stories. Maybe it's not about finding, she replies, her tone soft but resolute, but remembering. I watch them, torn between their pain and the ethereal beauty of the moment. The weight of their past is palpable, yet the flickering light of hope dances just out of reach. Is it the pilgrimage that calls them forward? Or is it the ghosts that propel them, whispering old truths and new lies into their ears? The child's cries swell again, more desperate, more piercing. My heart races as I follow the sound, drawn deeper into the labyrinth of the city, where the shadows stretch and curl like restless spirits. I step over the threshold of a narrow alley, the walls closing in around me, strangling the light. Ilara follows, her breath hitching as memories spiral through her mind like autumn leaves caught in a storm, swirling and twisting, revealing glimpses of warmth amidst the cold shadows of regret. Do you see it? She breathes, the words trembling on her lips. The way the light breaks through. She gestures to the end of the alley, where a sliver of sunlight spills onto the cobblestones, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. It's beautiful, she says, her voice cracking under the weight of longing. It reminds me of hope. But hope is a fragile thing, a whisper in a storm, easily lost. Gabriel, fueled by his own demons, can't bear the beauty. Hope, he scoffs, bitterness lacing his words. Hope is folly. You think a sliver of light can save you. His voice rises, echoing against the stone, and I flinch, as if the walls themselves have recoiled. Ilara's eyes flash with defiance, igniting a fire from within that had long been extinguished. It's not about saving ourselves. It's about finding a reason to keep moving. Her voice breaks, the passion spilling out like blood from a wound. She steps forward, defiance etched across her face, challenging the darkness to swallow her whole. I can't forget. I won't. I have to remember her. I have to, remember what? Gabriel's voice is a chasm, deep and echoing, laden with desperation. Remember the pain? The loss? His anguish wraps around me like a cloak, suffocating yet familiar. Or do we tread this path to forget? To escape? In the heart of that alley, a silence envelops us, heavy and thick, as if the universe is holding its breath, waiting for a spark, a realization to ignite the air between us. Ilara strides forward, her hands grasping at the air as if trying to pull her daughter back from the abyss, the void that swallowed her whole. This path, she says, voice trembling, is not an escape. It's a confrontation. A pilgrimage is not merely a way to atone, it's a way to face the shadows. A flash of understanding ignites in Gabriel's eyes, but it's quickly extinguished, fear clawing its way back. What if the shadows consume us? What if this pilgrimage leads us to our own graves? Then we go together, Ilara replies, her voice steady, a lighthouse amidst a storm. I remember every step, every moment, and I won't face it alone. In that moment, the air crackles with a mix of despair and resolve. The world around us feels alive, breathing, pulsing with the weight of history and the dreams of those who walked before us. This pilgrimage is not just a journey, it is the embodiment of loss, of love, of every heartbeat that has ever echoed through time. And as we stand at the precipice of revelation, I feel the pull of the road ahead, winding like a serpent into the unknown, a path laden with the weight of every sorrow, every joy, every life lived in search of meaning. The shadows lengthen, the night deepens, and yet, somehow, hope flickers like a candle flame in the darkness. I take a breath, feeling the tension build in my chest, the promise of the journey ahead, and the haunting echoes of the past whispering through the night. Together, we step forward, into the heart of the pilgrimage, knowing that the road will be long, but the light will guide us through. The moon hung low, an eerie eye looming over the crumbling ruins of the ancient city. Shadows writhed like restless spirits, twisting around stone pillars that bore witness to 1,000 whispers. I stood in the center of the desolate square, heart racing, breath catching in my throat. The air felt thick, almost sticky with the weight of prayers long since swallowed by time, and the scent of damp earth clung to me like an omen. I could hear the distant murmur of incantations, weaving through the stillness like smoke, beckoning me closer. I remember the first time I stumbled into this sacred chaos. I had chased a fleeting legend of mystical rites, the promise of something beyond comprehension gnawing at the edges of my curiosity. Then there was Selene, a name that danced through the air like a haunting melody. I remember her eyes, wide and terrified, reflecting the flickering flames of the ritual pyres. She was a seer, burdened with visions of despair that threatened to consume her. The city is dying, she had whispered, fingers trembling as she grasped the amulet around her neck, a family heirloom heavy with generations of grief. But it was Thomas who drew me deeper into this web of dread. A scholar, consumed by ambition, he scoured the ancient texts, desperate to pluck answers from the void. I remember the fervor in his voice, the way he gripped the tattered pages like a lifeline. We can uncover the truth, he proclaimed, eyes gleaming with feverish light. But with every unveiling, he seemed to decay, shadows creeping into his soul, gnawing at his sanity like a relentless tide. The night was thick with foreboding, a palpable tension that throbbed like a living thing. As Selene and Thomas stood before the altar, I felt the weight of their fears merge with my own. Tonight, we honor the ancients, she declared, her voice trembling, a fragile thread tethering her to the realm of the sane. But I could see it in her eyes, an abyss gazing back at her, whispering truths best left buried. I wanted to turn away, to flee from this madness, but my feet were leaden, anchored to the ground by the gravity of their desperation. The air crackled as they began the invocations, ancient words spilling from their lips like blood from an open wound. Candles sputtered, casting grotesque shadows that danced along the walls of our collective fears. I could almost hear the echoes of long-forgotten voices, calling out in pain, begging for respite. The city itself seemed to groan beneath the weight of its own history, a living relic of dreams and nightmares intertwined. In that moment, I remember the clock tower chiming, each note a harbinger of doom, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. The night deepened, and with it, the darkness closed in around us, a swirling vortex threatening to swallow us whole. I watched as Thomas recoiled, the ancient text slipping from his grasp, the the words turning to ash in the air. "What have we awakened?" he choked, eyes wide with horror. Celine reached for him, her fingers brushing against his cheek, their connection a fragile lifeline amid the chaos. "We must face it," she cried, voice rising above the cacophony of their fears. "We cannot turn back." But I felt the truth settle in my chest like a stone. There was no facing it. The ancient spirits were restless, bound to the city by sorrows they could not escape. They hungered, and we were the feast. The ground beneath us trembled, a subtle yet violent reminder that this city was alive, breathing, seething with the weight of its own despair. I could feel the heartbeat of the earth, a rhythm that quickened as shadows encroached, curling around our ankles like tendrils of smoke. The candles flickered, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw the faces of the forgotten rise in the flame, their mouths opening in silent screams. "Celine!" I cried, voice raw with panic, but the sound was swallowed by the night. The shadows coiled tighter, and I felt the icy grip of fear seep into my bones. I remember how her eyes darted, searching for something, anything to anchor her. "There's no time," she gasped, pulling Thomas close, their breaths mingling in desperation. "We have to summon the guardians, or we're lost." The air thickened with desperation, suffocating, and I felt my heart pound in my chest like a war drum. "What if they don't come?" I whispered, my voice cracking under the weight of unspoken fears. Thomas turned to me, and I saw the madness flickering in his eyes, a mirror of my own dread. "Then we join the echoes," he replied, and the finality in his tone sent a shiver racing down my spine. I remember the night stretching on, an eternity where every heartbeat felt like a countdown. As Celine began the chant, an otherworldly resonance filled the air, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, both tender and terrifying. The shadows writhed in response, a dark symphony rising to a crescendo, the city itself awakening. I could hear the whispers growing louder, calling out to us, promising secrets and salvation, but also destruction. And then, a flash, a blinding light erupted from the altar, illuminating the night in a kaleidoscope of colors. It pierced the darkness, revealing the city's hidden sorrows, the ghosts of 1,000 lost souls. I felt their pain seeping into me, a heavy cloak of anguish that threatened to crush my spirit. In that moment, I realized the truth. We were not only summoning the guardians, we were inviting the very essence of the city itself to reclaim its due. And just like that, the world shifted. Time fractured, memories danced on the edges of reality, and the air crackled with energy. I looked at Celine, her face illuminated by the ghostly light, and saw in her eyes a mixture of hope and despair. Would she be the savior or the sacrifice? And Thomas, consumed by obsession, stood poised on the brink of madness, a prophet or a fool. As the shadows closed in, I felt the city's heartbeat synchronize with my own, a chilling reminder of how intertwined we were with its fate. The whispers surged, rising to a fever pitch, and I knew there was no turning back. We were swept into the embrace of the ancient, the sacred, the unspeakable. The air was electric with the cries of the past, and I could feel my pulse quickening, merging with the rhythm of the cosmos, drawing us into a dance of light and darkness. The echoes of the city filled my soul, and in that moment, I became part of something vast and unknowable. The tears of the ancients washed over me, and I surrendered to the chaos as the night enveloped us, forever spiraling into the depths of time. The night sky loomed above the city, a heavy black cloak punctuated by the flicker of distant stars, each one a pinprick of possibility or despair. They were unyielding, cold glimmers of light, like the last breaths of the lost souls forever trapped in the fabric of the universe. I stood at the precipice of a rooftop, my heart pounding as the chaos of the street below seeped into the marrow of my bones. Sirens wailed, an unending symphony of fear and urgency. I was suspended in that moment, breathless, feeling the weight of the stars above me. "Make it right this time," I whispered into the darkness, a plea to the cosmos that seemed to swallow my words whole. The city pulsed with life, a living organism, so many lives intertwined, each one a story begging to be told. But I was caught in the tangle of my own narrative, shackled to the past. I could feel the pull of memory, a relentless tide dragging me back to a time when I was not just an observer but a participant in the dance of fate. There was Evelyn, her laughter echoing through my mind like a haunting melody. She'd once gazed up at the stars with me, her eyes full of wonder, a universe contained in her fragile frame. "Look at them," she would say, "they're our map, guiding us. Can't you see?" But now, as I stood alone, her absence was a black hole, devouring everything in its wake. She had been the architect of my hope, and without her, the city felt like a labyrinth of shadows, each corner a reminder of the light that had once been. And then there was Marco, my brother, a tempest of ambition and regret. He had the mind of an astronomer, the heart of a dreamer, yet the city was a battleground. "We can build it better," he had insisted, eyes aflame with the glow of endless possibilities. "We can align the streets with the stars, give people a sense of direction." But ambition has a way of twisting into obsession, and soon, his dreams became a fever, an inferno that consumed him. Now, I stood alone with the echoes of his plans, the city transformed into a chaotic reflection of his brilliance. I remember the night we laid out our blueprint on the living room floor, the stars charted like constellations of our destiny. The scent of pizza mingled with the scent of hope, laughter filling the cracks of our crumbling lives. "This will be our masterpiece," Marco had proclaimed, tracing the lines with a passion that ignited the room. But like all masterful designs, the city morphed into something unpredictable, an entity of its own, a creature that breathed and writhed, its heart beating in time with a rhythm only the cosmos could understand. But that night, something shifted. The siren screeched again, louder this time, slicing through the fabric of my reverie. The streets were alive, chaotic. I could feel the pulse of the city, the thrum of its heartbeat syncing with the stars. As if the universe itself was responding, urging me to confront the demons lurking in the shadows of my past. I took a deep breath, the cool air biting, invigorating. The confrontation was unavoidable. The city had transformed into a canvas of truths, and it was time to paint over the scars. Evelyn's ghost lingered in my peripheral vision, the way she always did. I could almost hear her voice, a soft whisper urging me to seek the light again. "You can't forget the stars," she would say, "they will guide you." But what if the stars were merely illusions? What if they were the very things that led us astray, blinding us with their brilliance while the truth lurked in the murky underbelly of reality? I descended from the rooftop, the weight of expectation heavy on my shoulders. The streets were a labyrinth, twisting and turning as if they were alive, each corner teeming with secrets. I could feel Marco's energy in every step, the fire of his dreams igniting the pavement beneath my feet. He had wanted to align the city with the stars, to build something greater than ourselves. But the city was not just a collection of roads and buildings, it was a sprawling entity, shaped by the very cosmos that governed our lives. As I navigated the shadows, I stumbled upon a flickering street lamp, its light a beacon of memories. I remembered standing beneath its glow with Marco, heads tilted back, eyes wide, charting our future. "One day, this city will cradle our dreams," he said, optimism spilling from his lips. But dreams, when unrooted from their starlit foundations, can morph into nightmares. And I was awash in the consequences of that transformation. I could hear the whispers of the past, the laughter of children, the cries of despair, intertwining like constellations, guiding me deeper into the heart of the city. It was a chaotic symphony, the orchestra of humanity playing out their stories as the stars looked on, indifferent. I caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the edge of the street, a silhouette against the backdrop of headlights and shadows. My heart raced. Could it be Marco? Had he somehow returned from the depths of despair, ready to reclaim his vision? "Marco!" I called, the word tearing from my throat like a wounded bird. But the figure turned, revealing only the ghost of a passerby, someone lost in their own orbit, unaware of the gravitational pull we shared. I felt the sting of disappointment, a reminder that the past lives only in memories, never in flesh. I pressed on, driven by an insatiable need to confront the unspoken truths that haunted me. The city was a tapestry woven of dreams and nightmares, and I was a thread fraying at the edges. The stars blinked down, indifferent witnesses to my plight. I could almost hear them whispering, find your way, but what if the way led to darkness? What if the stars were wrong? Every heartbeat echoed in my ears as I approached the central square, a confluence of life and death. It was a place where dreams collided with reality, where aspirations were born and sometimes, tragically, extinguished. I could see the shadows dancing beneath the streetlights, fleeting figures caught between hope and despair. The atmosphere crackled with tension, the air thick with unfulfilled promises, the weight of dreams unmade. I stood at the brink, the precipice of my own despair, haunted by the ghosts of what could have been. "You're still here," I muttered to the stars, "but are you guiding me, or leading me astray?" The city seemed to pulse in response, shadows swirling as if alive, beckoning, taunting, daring me to choose. And in that moment, I felt it, the collision of the universe within me, the raw, unfiltered chaos of existence. I knew then, as the city rang with the cacophony of its own heartbeat, that I had to confront not just the ghosts of the stars but the very essence of what it meant to be alive. Every flicker of light, every shadow, every heartbeat was a reminder that we are all just stardust, longing for connection, for meaning, for redemption. And as the sirens blared once more, cutting through the night, I realized this was merely the beginning, a fracture in the cosmos, a moment suspended between despair and hope, between the city and the stars. The confrontation was inevitable. The city awaited, and so did the universe. The air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke, curling around the edges of the once magnificent city like a mournful spectre. I stood there, heartbeat thundering against my chest, every breath a struggle against the heaviness of despair. In the distance, the silhouette of the great spire of the cathedral loomed, its once proud steeple now a gnarled finger pointing to a sky bruised with the weight of fallen dreams. The whispers of the city echoed in my ears, a cacophony of memory and loss, each voice a ghost tethered to the shadows of what was once sacred. I remember rushing through these streets, my laughter mingling with the chime of bells, the clang of blacksmiths' hammers, the sweet aroma of fresh bread wafting through the air. But now, the laughter was silenced, the bells clanged no more, and the bread had turned to dust. The city, once divine, now lay crumbling, its heart laid bare and bleeding. Beside me, Ilara clenched her fists, her knuckles white against the backdrop of destruction. She was fire and fury, an unyielding spirit shackled by the chains of her own anguish. "We can't let them win," she hissed, her voice a low growl, echoing the crackle of distant flames. Her eyes shimmered with defiance, but beneath that bravado lay a churning sea of fear. The city was dying, and she could feel its pulse weakening, the rhythm of life fading into an echo. "Look at what they've done," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like blood from a wound. "It's as if the very heavens have turned their back on us." I could feel the weight of history pressing down, a cobweb of fate spun from the threads of lost gods and fallen idols. The divine cities were meant to be invulnerable, sanctuaries of light in a world draped in darkness. But here we stood, mere mortals, marooned in the ruins of our own making. And then there was Cedric. Oh, Cedric, with his crooked smile and mischief-stricken eyes, the one who had always seen the city as something more than stone and mortar. He had a way of spinning tales that made the mundane magical, conjuring up images of champions and quests, as if the very blood that ran through his veins was laced with the legends of old. But as he stood there now, his face pale against the backdrop of chaos, the exuberance that once radiated from him flickered like a dying flame. "I thought we were invincible," he murmured, the words breaking like glass against the unforgiving ground. "I thought our dreams would protect us." The tremor in his voice sliced through the air, raw and haunting. I wished I could shield him from the truth, shield us all from the inevitability that loomed like a predator in the shadows, ready to devour our last remnants of hope. The decline of our city had begun long before the fires raged. It was a slow decay, a creeping malaise that gnawed at the roots of our divinity. I could remember the festival of lights, the streets alive with laughter as we celebrated the bounty of the harvest. But in the years that followed, whispers of greed began to taint the air, like a noxious gas seeping through the cracks in the cobblestones. Power had become a drug, intoxicating and corrupting, turning allies into adversaries and brothers into ghosts. I could see Ilara's spirit darkening as the memories flooded back, each moment a dagger lodged in her heart. "We were supposed to be better than this," she said, her voice cracking, the weight of betrayal heavy upon her shoulders. "We promised the gods we would honor them. But promises crumble under the weight of desperation, like parchment against fire. In our quest for greatness, we had forgotten the very essence of what made us divine." Cedric's laughter, once a balm against the encroaching shadows, now felt fragile, a brittle echo that bounced off the charred remains of our dreams. What if we could reignite the flame, he proposed, a flicker of hope igniting in his weary eyes. What if we gathered the remnants of our faith, the fragments of our cities, and built something anew? But even as he spoke, I could see the doubt swirling like smoke in his expression. The fire in his heart was slowly being extinguished, the embers of belief fading into ash. Would the gods even answer our call? I asked, the question hanging heavy in the air, a noose around our throats. Around us, the shadows whispered, taunting our despair, reminding us of every misstep, every sacrifice that had led us to this moment. The decline was not just of a city, it was the collapse of our very souls, the abandonment of our dreams. Each fallen stone was a testament to our failure, a reminder that divinity cannot thrive on the ashes of greed. Ilara turned to me, her eyes burning with a fierce sorrow. If we don't fight for this, what will we become? Her words were a plea, a desperate invocation for meaning in a world suffocated by darkness. The desire to reclaim our lives, our city, surged through me, mingling with the fear of failure. The consequences of inaction loomed larger than the fire itself. We teetered on the brink, suspended in a moment where choices bore the weight of eternity. As the smoke curled around us, entwining like the ghosts of our ancestors, I felt something shift. A tremor, a pulse, the heartbeat of the city shimmering beneath the chaos. Maybe we could rise from the ashes. Maybe the divine was not lost but waiting, hidden beneath the rubble of despair, yearning for us to remember. Together, I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer. Together, we can ignite the light once more. And as we stood at the edge of annihilation, the flicker of resolve ignited within us, a daring spark daring to defy the darkness. The city was not merely stone and steel, it was us, our hopes, our failures, our love, and our unyielding desire to reclaim what had been lost. Chapter 33 R33. Archaeological discoveries, unveiling the past. The ground trembled beneath her feet. Sarah stood frozen, heart pounding, as the last echoes of the explosion faded into an eerie silence. Dust hung in the air like the ghosts of those long gone, swirling around her, choking her breath. She could taste the grit on her tongue, a bitter reminder that history was not just found, it was fought for, often with blood. "Are you okay?" A voice broke through the haze, but it felt distant, muffled by the weight of the past pressing down on her shoulders. Mark, her partner in this reckless excavation, stood beside her, eyes wide with a mix of fear and exhilaration. "We shouldn't be here." But Sarah had come looking for answers, for connection, anything to fill the gaping hole left by her mother's death 2 years prior. A woman who had cradled the stories of their ancestors in her heart and had whispered them like lullabies. Now, those stories were buried beneath layers of earth and time, and Sarah's fingers ached to brush them free. "I remember the stories," she whispered, almost to herself, as if saying it aloud could conjure her mother's spirit from the shadows. "I remember the way she laughed, the way her eyes sparkled when she spoke of the past." Mark took a step closer, his brow furrowed. "This place isn't safe, Sarah. We broke the rules. We're not supposed to be here after dark." But it was too late. The darkness wrapped around them like a shroud. The ancient ruins loomed, whispering secrets that only the bravest dared to claim. "Forget the rules," she said, her voice fierce. "Forget the fear. I need to know." They pressed on, their flashlights flickering like fireflies, illuminating fragments of history. Each chiseled stone told a story steeped in sorrow and triumph. People lived and died here, Mark. They felt love and loss just like us. Her voice trembled, brushing against the tender edges of longing. He sighed, running a hand through his hair, frustration mingled with concern. "But do you ever wonder, what if some stories are better left buried?" A chill crept down her spine, and she shot him a glance, searching for support, but found only caution reflected back. "If we don't listen, who will?" Then came the rumble again, a low growl from deep within the earth. The ground shook, but not just with tremors, something stirred below. The air thickened, heavy with an electric charge that made the hair on the back of her neck stand tall. "Sarah," he urged, gripping her arm, "this isn't just an archaeological site, it's a tomb. We're trespassing on sacred ground." She pulled away, emboldened by her grief, the weight of her mother's stories urging her forward. Maybe that's exactly why I'm here. The darkness felt alive, almost sentient, as if it could hear her. We owe it to them to remember. The earth trembled once more, and suddenly, a crack split the ground before them. Shadows danced along the edges, teasing the light. Mark's breath hitched, fear etched in the lines of his face, while Sarah felt anger rise, a flare of defiance igniting her resolve. I didn't come to walk away. I came to find the truth. Then, as if in answer to her defiance, a low moan echoed from the fissure, a voice weaving through the cracks in time, lost, longing, and filled with despair. Help us, the whisper haunted, sending a shiver coursing through her veins. Mark's grip tightened on her arm, his eyes pleading, we need to go. Now. But Sarah couldn't move. Can't you hear it? She took a step closer, feeling the pull of the abyss, the heartbeat of those lost souls thrumming beneath her. They need us. Don't be reckless. We're in over our heads. His voice rose, a desperate plea against the encroaching shadows. And then she heard it, a snippet of her mother's laughter woven into that mournful wail. You're being foolish, Sarah. You can't change the past. I remember, she murmured, her heart racing. I remember how she said history is alive, in our bones and blood. It speaks to us. Before she could think, she knelt by the crack, the warmth of the earth seeping through her fingertips. The voices grew louder, swirling in a cacophony of grief and hope. Help us, they cried again, mingling with her memories until she could no longer tell where her voice ended and theirs began. Sarah! Mark's shout jolted her back. You can't, but she was already slipping, the ground giving way under her. She reached out, clutching desperately at shadows, her heart echoing with the weight of existence itself. Don't let go! Mark shouted, and she felt his hand grasping her wrist, pulling. But in that moment, she was caught between worlds, between the heavy weight of her past and the uncertain grasp of the future. Help us, the voices wrapped around her, pulling her deeper into the abyss, a chorus of souls intertwined with her essence, a promise that history was not just a collection of facts, it was a living, breathing tapestry woven from the threads of human experience. Sarah! Panic broke through Mark's voice as he fought to hold her, but she didn't want saving. I can't go back. Not yet. And then, in that heartbeat, Sarah understood, she was no longer afraid. She was a part of something bigger than herself, a bridge between the past and the present, the living and the lost. The earth shuddered, the shadows deepened, and the air thickened with an ache that transcended time. The stories begged to be told, and she knew the risk, the price of knowing, but knowledge was a fire that burned bright, and she longed to feel its heat. Help us, the voices echoed like a haunting refrain, wrapping around them as the night deepened, the past clawing its way into the present, an eternal cycle of yearning and despair. In that moment, the lines blurred, and her heart beat in rhythm with history itself. The night was thick with silence, a suffocating blanket that stifled even the whispers of the wind. A single street lamp flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced on cobblestones worn smooth by the footsteps of centuries. In the heart of the city, where legends bleed into reality, something stirred. A figure stood beneath the lamp, pale and trembling, eyes wide with the weight of ancestral stories, the air heavy with a truth that pulsed like a heartbeat against the dark. I remember the way he looked. Lucas, with his tangled hair and ink-stained fingers, haunted by the ghost of the myth he could never escape. The whispers of the past clawed at him like phantom hands. He was an artist, or so he claimed, but his canvas was the city itself, its alleyways, its crumbling facades, its hidden histories. Yet, as he painted, each stroke revealed not beauty but the skeletons of lost souls. The myths were his muse, but they were also his prison. Across the square, MIA watched him, her heart tethered to his like the frayed end of a thread. She was a historian, driven by facts, yet she felt the pull of the myths as if they were magnetic. They gnawed at her, too, the way the shadows flickered like memories at the edges of her mind. She sought truth among the rubble, but every stone whispered the same tales of heartbreak, love, and betrayal. How could she write history when the city screamed for its legends to be told? How could she explain the inexplicable? The clock tower chimed, its mournful toll echoing through the air, time itself a merciless spectre. They were late. The festival was beginning, the night of the lost stories, a celebration that intertwined reality with the fabric of myth. The streets were alive with laughter and song, but here, in this shadowy pocket of the city, it felt like a funeral. "Lucas!" Mia's voice cut through the silence, raw and desperate. His gaze flickered to hers, eyes filled with a tumult of emotions, a storm brewing beneath the surface. She stepped closer, feeling the tension crackle in the air. "We can't miss this. Don't you want to feel the stories come alive?" He laughed, a bitter sound that shattered the night. "Feel, eh? What do you think I am? A puppet? The stories are chains, not wings. They bind us to the past." His fingers clenched into fists, a silent battle raging within him. "Do you think they care for us? They whisper lies, and we're left to suffer their consequences." "But they're not just lies," she retorted, voice rising, heart pounding. "They're part of who we are. The city is alive, and the myths are dead," he shouted, his frustration spilling into the night, echoing off the ancient buildings. "They're ghosts. Just like us. We're all trapped in this cycle, spinning tales to feel something, anything, when all that's left is the void." Mia's breath hitched, a flicker of fear igniting in her chest. She had always believed in the power of stories, how they shaped the identity of a city, its very soul. But now, standing in the darkness with Lucas, the uncertainty crept in like fog. "What if," she whispered, her voice trembling, "what if the myths are our way out?" His eyes bore into hers, searching, pleading for understanding. "Or our way in," he murmured, a shiver coursing through him. "What if we're not the storytellers, but merely the stories being told? Each of us a thread in a tapestry woven by something far beyond us." The wind howled, carrying the echoes of laughter from the festival, a reminder of everything they stood to lose. Lucas turned away, his silhouette swallowed by the night, and in that moment, Mia felt the weight of despair settle like a stone in her gut. She longed to bridge the chasm between them, to pull him back from the edge, but how could she convince him that the legends, even the darkest ones, were more than just chains? A shiver ran through her, and without realizing it, she was stepping forward, drawn to the whispers of the past. The stories were not just mere remnants, not mere echoes, they were alive, breathing, shifting in the shadows. She could almost hear them, their voices a haunting melody that tugged at her heartstrings. "Lucas, listen! They're calling us. The myths want to be told, they want to be felt. They're part of our identity. Can't you see that?" He halted, body taut, as the shadows flickered, and for a brief moment, it felt as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting, longing for their connection. "And what if we don't like what we find?" he murmured, his voice fragile. "Then we'll face it together," she vowed, a fierce determination swelling within her. "We'll confront the ghosts, give them a voice, and reclaim our story." His eyes met hers, a long, searching gaze that felt like a lifetime. In that moment, beneath the pallid glow of the lamppost, myths and legends coalesced, a storm gathering strength. The air crackled with tension, the city alive with its own pulse, and the shadows seemed to lean in, eager to hear what they had to say. As the clock struck, marking the festival's official start, the cacophony of voices erupted all around them. Mia reached out, and Lucas hesitated, then took her hand. The warmth of their connection ignited a flicker of hope amidst the darkness. They stepped into the light, ready to face whatever the night held, a confrontation not just with the legends of the city, but with the very essence of who they were. The festival awaited, each tale a thread in the fabric of their existence, and as they walked forward, the shadows quivered, the past whispered secrets, and the city began to weave its spell anew, entwining them in its eternal story. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the crumbling stones of an ancient city. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as dust danced in the air like lost memories, whispers of a time long past. The weight of history pressed against my chest, a haunting reminder that these streets had once teemed with life, laughter, and heartbreak. I could almost hear the echoes of merchants hawking their wares, the clang of swords, the sweet nothings shared in twilight's embrace. But now, silence reigned, broken only by the mournful cry of a raven perched atop a half-collapsed archway, a spectre of ghosts that lingered here, waiting. I remember the day I met them, two souls drawn together by the gravity of their own despair. Asha, with her fierce eyes and spirit as wild as the winds that swept through the alleyways, was a child of the sun. She wore her scars like badges, each one a testament to battles fought and lost. Her laughter, bright and defiant, masked a heart heavy with the weight of her past. Then there was Cassius, a shadow of a man, burdened by the memories of a city that once flourished and now lay in ruins. He was a relic himself, with a melancholy that clung to him like a shroud. His nights were filled with restless dreams, visions of lost love and the suffocating embrace of his failures. As they walked through the ruins of what had been a glorious marketplace, Asha's voice broke the stillness. "Look at this place!" Her enthusiasm was infectious, yet tinged with sorrow. "Can't you feel it? The energy, the life. It's still here, Cassius. It hasn't gone anywhere." But he only shook his head, eyes darting to the crumbling stones, a fortress of despair rising within him. "It's just ghosts, Asha. Nothing but echoes of the past." I remember the way she turned on him, fire igniting in her veins. "And what of your ghosts, Cassius? You let them consume you, drown you in your own shadows. You want to forget, but this place, these remnants, they're part of you." Her voice trembled with the weight of her truth, each word a raw incision into his heart. The air shimmered with tension, thick as the dust mote swirling in the fading light. I could feel the pulse of the city beneath their feet, ancient stones breathing with the rhythm of their conflict. Their arguments were like dueling swords, each word a strike that cut deeper than the last. "You think life is about moving forward?" Cassius' voice was a low growl, filled with years of bitterness. "Life is a prison, Asha, and these stones are the bars." Yet she would not yield. "No, Cassius. Life is a tapestry woven from the threads of our past and present. These cities, they pulse with stories of love and loss. We must honor them, not bury them." I could feel her words wrapping around him like a vine, trying to pull him back from the abyss. I remember the moment when their conflict reached a fever pitch, the air thick with desperation. Asha's hands trembled as she reached out, fingers brushing against the rough-hewn stones. "Do you not see, Cassius? Even in decay, there is beauty. Look at this city. It's a testament to resilience." Her voice cracked, and the rawness of her plea pierced the silence like a knife. "Can't you feel it? The ghosts want to be remembered." The silence that followed was deafening. Cassius' gaze shifted, tracing the lines of the ancient architecture around them, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of something. Was it hope? Or perhaps fear? The shadows danced ominously as dusk descended, cloaking the ruins in a darker veil. The city seemed to hold its breath, waiting for a decision that could change everything. But Asha's heart was a tempest, and she pressed on, unyielding. "You cannot drown in your sorrow forever. Let them guide you. The echoes of this place are not chains, but a map." Her voice dripped with conviction, vibrant against the encroaching night. The ghosts of the past began to stir, their whispers weaving through her words, wrapping around her like a cloak of courage. And then, there it was, a moment, suspended in time, heavy with unspoken words. Cassius' wall began to tremble, the facade cracking under the weight of her belief. "You think I want to forget," he muttered, voice barely a whisper. The shadows flickered, a brief waltz of light and dark, pulling at the threads of my own memories. I felt the pulse of their shared pain reverberate through me, a reminder that we all carry our own ghosts. Asha stepped closer, her eyes shimmering with unshakable determination. "Then remember with me. Let's breathe life into these stones, together. Let's show the world that even ancient cities can rise from their ashes." Her words hung in the air, fragile yet powerful, echoing through the twilight like a promise. The city, once a graveyard of forgotten dreams, began to awaken. I could feel it, the heartbeat of history thrumming beneath the surface, a reminder that life is relentless, even in ruins. The night deepened, and the air grew chill, but within that coldness, I sensed a flicker of warmth igniting, a spark of connection, of understanding. Yet, shadows lingered, teasing the edges of their fragile hope. As I watched them stand amidst the remnants of a forgotten world, I realized this confrontation was only the beginning, a prelude to something greater, a reckoning, perhaps. The cities of the past, with their twisted streets and crumbling walls, held the keys to the present, and their stories were waiting to be told. I remember the way the stars began to pierce the darkness, tiny pinpricks of light against the vast night sky. They felt like a promise, a reminder that even in desolation, there's beauty to be found if only one dares to look. And as I stood there, caught in the web of their struggle, I too felt the pull, the urge to honor the ghosts of ancient cities. In that moment, I understood. Life is not merely a series of steps into the future, it is a dance with the past, a celebration of what was and what can be again. I held my breath, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next word, the next moment that would intertwine their fates with the very essence of humanity itself. The night was thick with tension, the air quaking from the weight of unspoken words. Shadows danced across crumbling walls like the phantoms of ancient gods, whispering secrets of a world long gone. I stood there, breathless, the echoes of history vibrating through my bones. It was a moment suspended in time, and the past felt alive, reaching out to snag the hem of my coat, pulling me into its dark embrace. My heart pounded like a war drum, a steady reminder of the urgency that coursed through my veins. Across the room, Anna's eyes sparkled with desperation, a fiery ember against the cold stone. "You don't understand," she pleaded, voice trembling like the fragile strings of a forgotten lute. She clutched a worn scroll, the edges frayed, each wrinkle a testament to countless hands that had grasped it before. "Then make me understand," I whispered, the words heavy on my tongue. I could almost hear the distant howls of the past, the cries of those who had once walked these divine streets, their laughter echoing against the marble facades like faint thunder. Though I tried to focus, I could feel the shadows creeping closer, pressing against my thoughts, their intentions lurking just beyond comprehension. There was Marcus too, his frame a stoic silhouette against the flickering torchlight, his face a mask of unresolved pain. "It's a curse, Anna. This city, our history, it's chained us." He ran a hand through his hair, the tension radiating from him like heat from an ancient forge. Memories flickered through my mind, ghosts of the ancient divine cities rising and falling like tides, their legacies entangled in our very essence. What's left of it is a betrayal of our dreams. I could see the conflict etched in his features, a gnarled tree caught between the desire for freedom and the weight of obligation. The moon hung high, casting a silvery glow, illuminating the moment with an eerie luminosity. What if we're meant to break those chains? Anna's voice was aflame, igniting a glimmer of hope amid the suffocating darkness. What if we can turn their pain into our strength? Strength. Marcus spat, the word dripping with disdain. Their strength lies in the ruin, in the rubble we seek to reclaim. Look around you, do we honor the past, or do we risk repeating it? He gestured wildly, and I felt the air thrum with unspoken memories, a cacophony of joy and suffering wrapped in the same breath. The weight of our shared history pressed into me, a heavy cloak of sorrow and longing. I could feel time shifting, stretching like a taut string ready to snap. I remembered the books, so many books filled with tales of divine cities, where every stone whispered wisdom, every street corner held a memory. We were not merely observers, we were woven into this tapestry of existence, threads of our lives intertwined with those who had come before. Each heartbeat echoed the lives lost and the dreams deferred, reverberating through the hollows of time. Is it madness to think we can change this? Anna's voice was barely a murmur, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 prayers. There was a fragility in her spirit, a vulnerability that clung to her like a shadow. Could we possibly be the harbingers of a new beginning, or were we destined to be lost in the labyrinth of their mistakes? I leaned closer, the scent of aged parchment filling my lungs, each inhale a reminder of lives lived, battles fought, dreams crushed. What if we don't change it? What if we let it consume us? The thought hung in the air, thick and suffocating, like the smog that once obscured the beauty of these divine cities. The flickering torchlight seemed to pulse with my words, shadows stretching and reaching, clawing for redemption. Our silence stretched out, a taut wire ready to snap, the burden of our choices heavy between us. I could feel the pulse of time, the relentless march forward, and the weight of the past crashing against us like waves against jagged cliffs. Then, in that chilling quiet, something shifted. The air grew thick with an unseen presence, a sensation that prickled at the back of my neck. I looked to the corners of the room, half expecting to see the phantoms of ancient gods watching, their eyes glinting with ancient wisdom and unshed tears. What if we're not alone? I dared to whisper, my voice barely above a breath. What if the past is still watching? Marcus stepped back, his breath hitching in his throat. You can't mean, but I could see it in his eyes, the flickering doubt, the fear that clung to him like a shroud. The shadows grew denser, as if the very walls were breathing, drawing life from our hesitation. Anna's gaze darted around the room. We have to move. We have to confront it. Her voice broke the tension, igniting a spark of courage within me. If we can face the truth of our history, maybe we can rewrite our futures. But what truth? What future? 1,000 questions spiraled in my mind, a maelstrom of anxiety, hope, and fear. I felt like a marionette, strings pulled by unseen hands. Were we destined to dance the same old dance, or could we cut those strings? The flicker of the torch cast elongated shadows across the room, and I could almost hear their whispers, urging us to remember, to honor the divine cities that had birthed us, even as they haunted us. Each heartbeat echoed louder now, a drum calling us to rise, to confront the ghosts of the past. The air was electric, charged with possibility and dread, a precarious balance that could tip at any moment. And in that breathless moment, with shadows swirling around us, I realized we stood on the precipice of something monumental. Nothing would ever be the same again. The legacy of ancient divine cities coursed through our veins, a reminder and a warning. Our past was not just a backdrop, it was a living, breathing entity, waiting for us to awaken it. We faced each other, three souls bound by a shared fate, our hearts hammering like a war drum. The night was a canvas stretched taut, and the colors of our emotions painted a picture both haunting and beautiful. We were afraid, yes, but also fiercely alive. And somewhere in that darkness, a flicker of hope glinted like a distant star, beckoning us forward. The night was heavy, a shroud of silence so thick it felt like weight pressing on the chest. Underneath the cold, indifferent stars, the two figures moved stealthily, shadows dancing against the crumbling stone of an ancient temple. The air crackled with urgency, the whisper of the wind carrying secrets long forgotten. A moonlit silhouette flickered, a promise of light in a world darkened by greed. I remember the first time I stood before it, that sacred site, a heartbeat of history pulsating through the stones like a living thing. But tonight, it felt different. Danger loomed like a predator lurking in the shadows, its breath hot against the back of my neck. I was not alone. Beside me, Marie's hand trembled, not from fear but from the weight of purpose. Her eyes, fierce yet fragile, reflected 1,000 untold stories, each one a thread in the tapestry of our shared history. Are you ready? I whispered, the question almost swallowed by the night. I have to be, she replied, voice barely a breath, yet imbued with a weight that anchored me. She was driven, a relentless spirit chasing the ghost of preservation, haunted by visions of what could be lost. The temple was her sanctuary, but it was also a battleground, and she was determined to wage war against the encroaching darkness. As we crept closer, the remnants of an ancient civilization loomed before us, their carved faces twisted in agony and ecstasy, telling stories that begged to be remembered. Yet, in the distance, the hum of machinery clawed at the silence, a reminder of the relentless march of time. They wanted to tear it down, to pave paradise for progress, to erase the past and bury our collective memory beneath asphalt and concrete. I remember the first time I met her. Marie was knee-deep in a pile of artifacts, her hands caked in dirt, a fervor in her eyes that was both infectious and intimidating. These are not just stones, she said, cradling a shard of pottery like a newborn. They are voices calling out through time. It was her passion that drew me in, yet it was the weight of her sorrow that kept me tethered. She had lost everything, her family, her home, to the very forces we now faced. The urgency in her demeanor spoke volumes. She was fighting not just for the past, but for her future, for a world where history was more than a relic buried beneath layers of concrete. Are you sure we can stop them? I asked, my heart racing not just from fear, but from the thrill of what we were about to do. "I can't let them destroy this," she said, trembling. "I can't let them erase our story." A flicker of doubt gnawed at my resolve. What if we failed? What if the weight of history pressed down upon us so heavily that we could not rise again? Yet, standing there, I felt a surge of something raw, hope. It coursed through me like wildfire, igniting a passion I didn't know I possessed. The moon hung high, indifferent to our plight, casting shadows that danced like specters of the past. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, the rhythm of our resolve synchronizing as we moved forward, inching closer to the heart of the temple. I could taste the tension on my tongue, like electricity in the air before a storm. Then, a sound, a rustle, a breaking of branches, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps. My stomach twisted into knots as dread seeped in, a cold, creeping sensation. Marie's grip tightened on my forearm, and I could feel her heart racing in sync with mine, a beat of defiance against despair. "Hide," she hissed, urgency pushing us behind a crumbling wall. The world outside was a cacophony of industry, a symphony of destruction conducted by those who saw nothing sacred in these stones. Through a crack in the wall, we watched the silhouettes of the men in hard hats, their laughter grating against the solemnity of the temple. They talked of plans, of blueprints, of profits to be made, their voices dripping with contempt. "Just another relic," one snorted. "Who cares about some old rocks?" I felt a fire rise within me, a primal instinct clawing its way to the surface. "They don't understand," I breathed, the words escaping like a prayer. "They don't see the ghosts." Marie's eyes sparkled with tears, rage and sorrow intertwining in a breathtaking dance. "We can't let them win," she said, her voice a fierce whisper. "Not now, not ever." The world outside continued to churn, oblivious to the history wrapped in the stone, the echoes of ancestors whispering warnings through the ages. This wasn't just about preservation, it was about identity, about standing against a tide that threatened to wash away everything we held dear. And in that moment, I understood, this was our fight, a battle for the very essence of who we were. It clawed at my insides, a relentless urge to defend what could not defend itself. The stakes were high, and the ghosts of the past were watching, waiting for us to act. The silence felt electric, charged with the unsaid promises of every heartbeat, every breath. The sacred site was not merely a collection of stones and earth, it was a testament to human resilience, a reminder that history is not just in the books we read or the past we remember. It lives in our blood, in our dreams, in the very air we breathe. And as the shadows deepened, the threat loomed ever closer. I knew we were standing on the precipice of something vast, a cosmic dance between destruction and preservation, between loss and hope. The fight had just begun, and we would not back down. With one last glance at Marie's fierce determination, I felt the tides of history clash against the present. And in that moment, I knew we would fight, not just for ourselves, but for every soul who whispered through the ages, seeking to be remembered. The world may shift, but this fight, the heartbeat of our existence, would never cease. I remember the sun setting behind the jagged skyline of the city, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms across the cracked cobblestones. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and spices, an intoxicating blend of life and decay. The cries of merchants and the laughter of children echoed, but beneath it all lingered an unsettling silence, a whisper of history that clawed at my throat as I walked deeper into the heart of the sacred city. It was here, amidst the chaos, that I found her, Lila, standing at the edge of the temple. Her eyes, vast and dark as night, held the weight of unspoken grief. She clutched a tattered prayer cloth, the edges frayed like her resolve. I could see the flicker of desperation in her gaze, the kind that ignites the soul and sends it spiraling into a chasm of despair. "They come for us," she murmured, a tremor in her voice. Lila was a keeper of secrets, a guardian of rituals long forgotten by those who had traded their heritage for progress. With every passing day, the colonial machines rumbled closer, their thirst for land and power insatiable. Beneath her delicate exterior lay a fierce spirit, one that had witnessed the erosion of her world, piece by piece. She was both a warrior and a victim, caught in the crosshairs of a history that demanded blood. "Do you remember the stories?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the ghosts that lingered. The tales of gods and love, of battles fought beneath the stars. I remember, she said, her voice breaking. But they're fading, like the echoes of a forgotten song. Each time they come, a piece of us dies. Just then, the ground trembled, an ominous growl echoing through the alleyways. The colonial forces were marching, their boots striking the earth in a steady rhythm that seemed to mock each heartbeat, each breath. I turned to see Arjun, Lila's brother, emerging from the shadows, wild-eyed and frantic. He was a scholar, a dreamer who had once believed in the power of words. Now, despair hung around him like a shroud. "They're taking the temple," he gasped, words tumbling from his lips like broken glass. "The heart of our city. We can't let them." I felt my heart race, a drumbeat of fear and resolve. The sacred city was more than bricks and mortar, it was a living entity, pulsating with the memories of our ancestors, the essence of our existence. "What do we do?" I asked, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on me. "Fight," he spat, his conviction igniting a flicker of hope within me. "We fight for our stories, for our souls. We fight until the last breath." But even as those words danced in the air around us, I could see the doubt shadowing Lila's face, a flicker of uncertainty that threatened to extinguish the fire within us. "And if we lose?" she asked, her voice small, but laced with a power that demanded attention. "What if they erase us?" I reached for her hand, the warmth of her skin grounding me. "They can erase our bodies, our temples, but they cannot take our memories. We carry them in our very bones." But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky transformed into a bruised canvas of shadows. Each pulse of darkness felt like a countdown, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. The colonial soldiers advanced, their faces obscured by the night, their intentions clear as daylight. The clash was inevitable. I could hear the clash of metal on metal, the shouts of defiance rising, mingling with the cries of anguish. I stood with Lila and Arjun, our hearts pounding in unison, an unbreakable rhythm against the encroaching darkness. "Remember the stars," Arjun shouted as he charged forward. "They can't take those from us." And in the chaos, amidst the cries and the clash of wills, I felt the weight of every story, every heartbeat echoing through the night. Our precious memories were the only armor we had left, shimmering like the stars above. I remember a moment, suspended in time, when we stood together against the tide, united in defiance. Lila's grip tightened around my hand, and I could see the flicker of hope returning to her eyes, a fragile flame igniting in the darkness. "We are the stories," she whispered fiercely. "We are the light." But the shadows loomed larger, and as the world around us erupted into chaos, I felt the strings of fate tightening around us like a noose, each breath a struggle against the tide of despair. I remember the faces, the ones who fought alongside us, the ones who fell, their dreams extinguished in an instant. The echoes of their cries reverberated, entwining with our own defiance. We were not just fighting for a city, we were battling for our very souls, our essence woven into the fabric of the stones beneath us. And then, amidst the fury, came a moment of eerie silence, a stillness that blanketed the chaos like a shroud. I turned to see Lila's face illuminated by the flickering flames, a fierce resolve etched into her features. "No more," she screamed, her voice slicing through the tension like a knife. In that heartbeat, I realized we had become the guardians of our history, the warriors of our own reality. As the night stretched on, fraught with uncertainty, our stories merged with the echoes of our ancestors, dancing like phantoms in the shadows. I remember the darkness encroaching, the weight of despair pressing down on our shoulders, but also the flicker of hope that ignited within us. We were more than just victims of colonialism, we were the keepers of sacred cities, unyielding in our fight for existence. And so we stood, hearts intertwined, ready to confront not just the soldiers but the very essence of erasure itself, our voices rising like a tide against the darkness, refusing to be silenced. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and crumbling stone, a haunting reminder of lives once lived, now buried under centuries of silence. I stood at the edge of what remained, a sprawling ruin, a ghost of a city that had thrived in the chaos of human ambition. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat against the backdrop of whispers carried by the wind, secrets begging to be heard. Shadows danced in the dying light, flickering like memories just beyond reach, their stories untold, their weight unmeasured. Anya was beside me, her breath shaky, eyes wide as she stared into the abyss of time. This was more than a dig for her, it was a battleground where her ideals clashed with the remnants of a world that had crumbled beneath its own aspirations. "You can feel them, can't you?" she murmured, her voice a fragile thread against the symphony of silence. "The people who walked here, their dreams, their despair." There was a tremor in her words, a haunting urgency that pulled at the corners of my heart. "Yeah, I can feel them," I replied, forcing a smile that felt like a mask. The truth clawed at my throat. What did I know of their dreams? My own life felt like a series of missteps, a constant shuffle of mundane tasks that left me feeling empty. I was supposed to be uncovering the past, yet all I found was my own inadequacy. But they bathed once a year, so romance was earthy. A hollow laugh echoed between us, a desperate attempt to lighten the weight of history that pressed down upon our shoulders. The shadows grew longer, stretching like lost souls reaching out for redemption. And then there was Ethan, his brow furrowed in concentration, fingers stained with soil, a map of ancient streets unfolding before his eyes. He was consumed by his quest, the future of these cities rested heavily on his shoulders. Yet here he was, a man caught in the throes of self-doubt, wondering if he was worthy of the legacy he sought to understand. "Anya," he called, his voice a mix of excitement and fear. "Look at this." He held up a shard of pottery, its edges jagged yet beautiful, a testament to lives interwoven in complex ways. What if it was a love letter? Anya's voice broke, filled with longing. What if it held the words of a heart that beat fiercely, echoing through time? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering light as she reached for the piece, her fingertips brushing against history as if it were her own flesh. I watched the moment stretch, the air taut with emotions unspoken. In that instant, I could see the ghosts, women in flowing garments, men with resolve etched into their faces, children laughing amidst the chaos of daily life. They were here, alive in her words, and I was merely an observer in their world. Yet shadows loomed, a dark undercurrent threading through our fragile excitement. What of the years of war that had scarred these very streets? What of the pestilence that stole laughter and left only echoes of sorrow? My heart sank. The ruins weren't just memories, they were tombs of dreams, buried beneath the weight of time. "Ethan," I said, grounding myself in the reality of the moment. "What if we're just digging up pain?" He turned sharply, eyes sharpened by something raw. "But pain is a part of it, isn't it? If we ignore it, we ignore the truth. These cities, they survived chaos, they thrived despite it. Isn't that worth understanding?" His hands trembled as he clutched the shard, a lifeline pulled from the depths of despair. In those words, I felt a surge of something. Was it hope? Or was it the abyss calling me closer? Anya's laughter rang out, a sudden burst of light. "You're right, Ethan. It's not just pain, it's resilience. The strength of those who came before us." Her enthusiasm ignited a spark in the air, and for a moment, the shadows receded, the weight of the past lifting just enough to let us breathe. But then the darkness crept back, an insidious whisper reminding us of the fragility of hope. The ground beneath our feet trembled, shifting with the weight of unanswered questions. What would become of these ruins we cherished? What stories would remain untold as time slipped through our fingers like grains of sand? "We need to record everything," I urged, the words spilling out like water from a cracked vessel. "Every single piece matters." "Will it even matter?" Anya's voice was barely a whisper, the vulnerability unraveling the veneer of bravery she had woven around herself. In this world of technology and progress, will these stories be forgotten? The question hung in the air, heavy with despair. It echoed in the chambers of my heart, a haunting reminder of the transience of existence. Time slipped away, and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow over the ruins. The shadows merged into one, a tapestry of lives woven together by shared experiences, joys, and sorrows. I felt it, an urgency clawing at my insides. "We can't let them fade," I insisted, my voice rising with desperation. "We owe it to them, to ourselves, to remember." In that moment, Something shifted, an electric charge in the air as Anya grasped my hand, her grip fierce. "Then let's promise," she said, her voice steady now, filled with resolve. "Let's promise to carry their stories forward, to ensure they live on." Ethan nodded, determination etched across his features, and I felt a warmth spread through me, an ember of hope igniting in the darkness. Yet, as the night deepened, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were merely puppets dancing on the strings of fate. The future of these ancient cities was not ours to control, it was an unpredictable wave, crashing against the shores of time, pulling us deeper into the depths of uncertainty. I could almost hear the ghosts whispering, reminding me that every heartbeat resonates through the ages, that every time we speak their names, we keep their essence alive. And so we stood, three souls entwined in a moment suspended in time, poised on the precipice of discovery, the weight of history pressing down on us, the future unyielding and vast. We were bound to each other and to those who had come before. The night whispered secrets, the past beckoned with open arms, and somewhere in the dark, the echoes of ancient lives continued to breathe, yearning to be heard. The air crackles, thick with tension, as the clock strikes midnight in the heart of the city that should have thrived, that was born from dreams and sweat, but now stands on the brink of decay. Shadows dance against crumbling stone walls, whispering secrets of an age when the gods walked among mortals. I can feel their presence, a chill creeping down my spine as I step into the darkness. I remember the first time I saw the ruins, the way they towered like forgotten giants, draped in silence and despair. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing through the empty streets, calling me to listen to the stories etched into the very fabric of this place. But tonight is different. A storm brews in the distance, and with each flash of lightning, I see glimpses of long-lost souls wandering the alleys, their eyes hollow, mouths twisted in silent screams. There's Eli, a city planner with dreams painted in bold strokes, but with hands trembling under the weight of reality. His face is drawn, haunted by the ghosts of a once vibrant community. He stands at the precipice of a decision, gripping a map that feels more like a noose than a guide. "What have we become?" he whispers, as if the very stones might answer. I want to reach out, to tell him that change is possible, that the echoes of the past can guide the way forward. But the words catch in my throat, heavy with doubt. Across the way, MIA stands alone, her back to a wall that seems to lean in, eager to absorb her sorrow. She stands like a sentinel against the tide of progress, arms crossed, a barricade against the encroaching noise of development. Her love for this city runs deep, like the roots of the ancient trees that have outlasted empires. "They're going to pave over the past," she says, her voice quivering with rage and grief. As if it never existed. I feel the fire in her words, it ignites something within me, a yearning for connection to the lost, the sacred. The sky bursts open, rain lashing down like 1,000 tiny blades, and I am pulled into their turmoil, soaking in their fear and fervor. Eli's gaze is drawn skyward, as if searching for divine intervention, while MIA clenches her fists, raw and trembling. I want to reach into their souls, pull out the glimmers of hope buried beneath the weight of their burdens. I remember, I start, but my voice falters, lost in the storm's roar. Ancient cities cradled their inhabitants in a delicate balance of chaos and order. I see the echoes of gods who demanded reverence, pride carved into the faces of stone, their lessons etched into civilizations that rose and fell like the tides. They believed, I whisper, feeling the weight of their faith, their fragility. They believed in something bigger. Eli's dream of renewal collides with Mia's desperate need to preserve the past. The ground beneath them trembles, not just from the storm but from the clash of ideals, and I am caught in the crossfire, a witness to their pain. The clock ticks on, relentless, counting down the moments until the final decision is made. What if we could honor the past while building the future? Eli's voice breaks the silence, a fragile thread of hope. What if we could weave the old into the new, let them coexist? His eyes search Mia's, pleading for a glimpse of understanding, for a shared vision amid the rubble. But MIA shakes her head, tears mingling with the rain, creating a tapestry of loss and longing. You think it's that simple? They won't care about the ghosts when there's profit to be made. Her voice rises, a desperate crescendo, laced with anger and anguish. The city, once a cradle of dreams, now feels like a graveyard, and I can't shake the chill that creeps into my bones. I remember the streets filled with laughter, love blooming in the cracks of the concrete. But now, the laughter is replaced by the howling wind, and love feels like a distant memory. I look into their eyes, Eli, with his unyielding hope, and MIA, with her fiery passion, and I realize they are each other's salvation, yet also their destruction. They stand at the edge, two souls intertwined in the fabric of a city forgotten by time, haunted by the specters of their choices. The storm rages on, a symphony of chaos, and I feel the pulse of history thrumming beneath my feet. I remember the lessons of the ancients: balance, respect, and the need for connection. I see hints of their wisdom in every cracked stone, every vine creeping through the pavement, fighting for survival amid the encroaching concrete. We can't erase the past. I want to scream, my heart pounding in sync with the storm. We must embrace it. Lightning illuminates the darkness, and in that brief flash, I glimpse the future, an intertwining of dreams, where the old and the new dance together in a beautiful chaos. I see the potential, the beauty in the ruins, the strength in vulnerability. But will they see it too? Eli's voice breaks through the tempest, a beacon in the storm. MIA, what if we create a space where the old can breathe? Where stories can echo within walls that remember? His words wrap around us, pulling tight like a lifeline thrown in turbulent waters, and I hold my breath, waiting for her response. But MIA stands still, a statue amidst the storm, and the clock ticks, each second a reminder that time waits for no one. As the rain pours down, mingling with the salt of our tears, I feel the weight of the moment pressing in, the air thick with unspoken words and unresolved tension. And just like that, the storm reveals its darkest secret, a reminder that the past will haunt us, but it can also guide us. The night is far from over, the confrontation is coming, the moment where dreams collide with the harsh light of reality. I can't look away, can't turn back, because the heart of the city beats on, and I am forever entwined in its heart-wrenching symphony.